The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. The willingness to learn is a choice. Respected principal, vice principal, deans, heads of various departments, my fellow colleagues, resource persons, and the participants of the FDP spanning across the nation, a very good afternoon to all of you. I extend a warm welcome to all the invitees and the participants of this 5-day online FDP on cybersecurity, sponsored by AICTE ATAL Academy. At the outset, I thank AICTE ATAL Academy for providing me an opportunity to host this FDP. I also thank all the participants for registering within a short span of time, and we are happy to share that we had received an overwhelming response from around 290 participants, but as per the norms of AICTE, I had to approve only 200 of them. I welcome all of you once again. As we are all aware, cybersecurity is gaining momentum from the perspective of both industry as well as academia. The AICTE ATAL Academy has aptly included it as one of the thrust areas for conducting the FDP, which will benefit the faculty community at large. The Department of MCA at BMS Institute of Technology and Management is happy to host this FDP on cybersecurity to facilitate faculty members to get an insight into the basic concepts along with the theory and algorithms that form the basis of cybersecurity. Now, before I proceed further, I would like to give you all a brief profile of the department. The Department of MCA at BMSIT has significantly grown in the last 17 years in terms of academic excellence, strong alumni connect, industry linkage, research, and research outcomes. I'm happy to share that MCA department has been accredited by the National Board of Accreditation, New Delhi. All this has been possible through our best practices such as project-based learning, value-added courses, partial delivery of courses by industry practitioners, industry internship for staff and students, innovative projects leading to paper publications in leading journals, industrial visits, proctoring, etc., to name a few. Before we formally inaugurate this FDP, I take this opportunity to brief you all on the team of resource persons we have lined up for this week-long FDP. The Department of MCA has paired up with Dilith Company to support us by providing resource persons for organizing this FDP. The department has a long association with Dilith as they are also involved in providing placement training exclusively for our MCA students. Dilith have experience working with customers globally to achieve their business goals. They have worked with large enterprise engagements in various domains like retail, manufacturing, banking and finance, insurance, etc., using various cutting-edge technologies. They are committed to giving positive results to their customers. The founder director of the company, Mr. Arun Raj Purohit, could not make it up to the inaugural session due to inevitable conditions. We have with us Mr. Sridhar Murthy, co-founder, Dilith Company, also in this inaugural session. Mr. Sridhar Murthy holds an MBA in Human Resource and Marketing with over 13 years of experience in people management and in mentoring fresh graduates. He has extensively worked in both product and service companies at various levels. Prior to Dilith, he was heading the campus recruitment functions at UVRA India Private Limited. I extend a warm welcome to you also, sir. The resource person for today's session is Mr. Bharat Kumarian. Mr. Bharat is a professional IT security trainer with 5 years of strong experience in networking and information security training and penetration testing. He has trained over 2,000 plus corporate professionals and students across Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, including professionals from Cognizant, TCS, Infosys, Indian Army, etc., both through online as well as offline classes. We are happy to have you here with us, sir, today. I heartily welcome you also on behalf of my team at BMSIT. To formally inaugurate this FDP, we have with us our principal, Dr. Mohan Babujian. Our principal is a tech-savvy person and the source of great inspiration and support. He constantly involves himself in every aspect related to the departmental growth and always motivates all of us to reach greater heights of academic excellence. At this juncture, I would like to share that BMS Institute of Technology and Management is the first engineering college under AICTE to introduce a 4-year BE course in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning with effect from the academic year 2019-20. This would not have seen the light of the day but for the efforts of our principal and being very instrumental in initiating the commencement of this course. I extend a warm welcome to our principal and request him to formally inaugurate the FDP. Over to you, sir. Sir?
Do you expect me to speak a few words right away, or shall we wait for, or shall I wait for the speakers to speak a couple of words and then inaugurate? How is it, the pro?
Sir, you can inaugurate, sir. After your
Yes,
inauguration, they will
yes.
speak.
This wonderful program is formally inaugurated.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can also speak a few words, sir.
Yes,
After that, I will.
fine,
Yes, sir.
fine, fine. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon to you all who have gathered here to be on the virtual platform to listen to eminent personalities who have lined up and who have collaborated with the Department of MCA, BMSIT, to enlighten you on the latest aspects of cyber security. In fact, COVID-19 is generally seen to be a curse, but it's also a blessing in disguise. If COVID were not to be there, possibly we could not have accommodated the huge number like this, about 200. In fact, I was told that 300, close to 300 participants registered and expressed their willingness to be here with us, but we could accommodate only 200, and the number is counting up. I can see 100 and 203 and so on. It's very good. And I must congratulate Dr. Aparna, a very active and I should say hyperactive leader of the department of MCA, and also all the faculty members of and staff members of the department to have taken this great initiative, right, to have an FDP in the area of cyber security. In fact, this is very, very important area. In fact, if you look back for some time, we were all engaged in all physical and manual activities, okay, for various things, maybe data creation, storage, transmission, destroying, or whatever it is. Okay, I'm seeing some mobile device on the screen. Can we request?
Yes, can all of you please go on mute and
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Uh, of course, that was the physical life that we had. Now, whatever we could not do, the world could not do for the last 10 years, Corona has done it in just 6 months. It has pushed or compelled us to be becoming digital very quickly. And this being the case, lots of digital transactions are happening across the board, and naturally the crimes are also associated with that. And I have a few statistics that's really startling, I should say. In fact, in one of the cybercrime magazines, it mentions that cybercrime was nowhere in the list of crimes, especially in the top 4 or 5, till 2014-15. In the last 4-5 years, it has consistently made it to the top, and it is likely to remain there for about 2 decades, they say. That means next 20 years, it is likely to be there, topping the crime list in the world over there. In fact, another magazine was mentioning more than 4.4 million cyber security cases are being lodged or have been lodged in the US, and that's a huge number. I don't know how they're going to resolve those things. Even in India, the number is on the rise. But while the number of the cyber crimes is on the rise, the number of convictions that is happening is very, very less. The reason being, because of the data gets generated somewhere, gets stored somewhere, it's encrypted, and also absence of standard international policy for exchange of data. These are the reasons why convictions are very, very poor, and this has become a sort of fertile land for the culprits to play their game. And Statista is a cyber analytical company. It reports that our world has got 7.7 billion people today. 2.7 billion of them have smartphone users. 5.3 billion have some type of a mobile device, maybe cell phone, wearables, tablet, laptop, or cell-enabled IoT devices, and so on. On top of these huge number of devices, 5.3 billion devices, desktop computers again you need to add, which are on the internet. You all agree that as many as 25 billion devices are connected to the internet now, and it is expected to reach 50 billion soon. And we have connected billions of these devices through high-speed internet, and we keep uploading all our valuable personal and professional information onto this high-speed network, maybe text, voice, data, video, whatever it is. And we also have developed millions of application softwares for all sorts of platforms to be used on the network. And we are also implementing the IoT, connecting the devices not only at home but also the industrial systems. You can see that the thermal systems, transport systems, power systems, they're all getting onto the internet over there. In other words, what I'm trying to say is lots and lots of valuable resources are being put on the highly powerful internet. But unfortunately, what you see here is on one side of the internet, we have very highly unscrupulous, rather large majority of unscrupulous users. On the other side, you have the very sophisticated criminals. And in between us, this kind of a network and this kind of an infrastructure. Imagine what would happen now. That's why you see that there is a lot of breach of privacy, a lot of breach of security of all the data that we see that we are putting on the internet. And this being the case, one has to be very well aware of what is happening in the cybersecurity area, how to protect our data. In fact, I was talking to some of our colleagues that the programs in cybersecurity, maybe master's program or whatever other programs that we have, they should aim at actually not only creating graduates in the area of and postgraduates in the area of cybersecurity. They should also aim at actually educating the people around. In fact, lots of people are falling prey to this kind of cyber insecurity issues. I'm using the word insecurity issues specifically. And the faculty and the institutions who are dealing with this must also contribute to development of standards in this cybersecurity area, which is very important. And where is the national policy on cybersecurity? Who is going to develop? Again, the faculty members or the experts in this area should join together, develop such kind of policy documents which govern the cybersecurity issues in a country. And conducting cybersecurity research, who will do that? Again, faculty members. That's the reason why I said my department of MCA has taken this very important step in getting ahead with this kind of a valuable program. I would say that this is going to be the order of the day and also into the future. Kindly, in fact, I request all of you, the participants, to kindly be serious in this particular program. Try to interact with all the speakers very closely, get their contacts, be in touch with them, develop collaboration, learn more, acquire greater skills, get back to your students and teach them. Let this country be one of the countries which has got highest or very powerful resources of human beings, specifically in this area of cyber security. I'm sure that you all will have a wonderful takeaway in this particular program. Thank you for inviting me to inaugurate this program. Thank you, Aparna and team. And I also congratulate, at the same time, welcome Mr. Sridhar and Mr. Bharat to this particular program.
Thank you.
Wish you all a great takeaway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words, sir. I now request the co-founder of Dealit Company, Mr. Sridhar Murthy, to say a few words on this occasion.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, and thanks for considering Delight for this wonderful workshop. So I would not take much time. So already Principal Sir has given much insight about why cybersecurity is so important in today's world. And the next sessions, Bharat will make you more hands-on experience and take in deep into the subject matter. Just to quickly brief about what is Delight and what we are aiming to achieve out of this company, we'll just take a couple of minutes to just to give a brief. Delight is a 2-year-old company, a technological company which we started, focusing on predominantly on competency development, product development, and innovation. So as Madam said, it's founded by Arun and myself. So we both come from the industry experience. Arun has a very rich experience of 20 plus years into delivery, where he has worked on major companies with Wipro and Every India being his last company, where he was heading a team of 500 plus resources onto cards and payments area. And I was the HR, where I was heading into campus recruitment, focusing on hiring freshers and giving to the companies. So this is when we thought, why don't we start this company? Because there were lots of gaps that students used to come up with, irrespective of what efforts like all your professor, deans, colleges, everybody puts, the expectation from corporates was different. So we thought, why don't we address that? And that is how we started Delight. So we are very proud to say that we have mentored almost like 5,000 plus resources in this field, and almost like 13 plus based institutions. What we aim to achieve out of this competency development program is we are not focusing anything on technology only as such, because what corporates expect today is a 360-degree angle of a resource person. They want the students to be expert in technology, domain, and process. Technology anybody can learn, because lots of workshops keeps happening like this. Faculties are putting so much of efforts, colleges putting so much of efforts, but where exactly companies are really facing the difficulties on the domain aspect and also the process front. So that is where we want to build a difference in the students community. And also we are trying to change or at least to bring that awareness to the students that college is not a placement agency. College is definitely a knowledge gaining institution. Okay, most of the, because I've been in touch with most of these decision makers, chairmen, department heads everywhere, right? So we all keep discussing the same thing. They say that whenever the students or parents talk to us, they only talk about placements. But what we aim to tell is, don't look at college only the placement aspect. Look at what value add these colleges give for us. Right? When a student walks out of the institution, they have to very proudly walk out saying that I've learned something out of this. So we are encouraging this during our workshops with the colleges. We encourage students to have their own startups. We as a small company itself are funding for 2 startups, which has been run by students. So that's been our main motto. And we are very proud to say that we have got a ATAL incubation at AICTE. We are building our own products. And of course, students are the one who are building the products for us. So the students come up with lots of caliber. We're just trying to identify that caliber and make them successful. So that's just a quick brief about Delight. So we have lots to talk, and we are shortage of time because 5 days is a very short time for us to undergo what cybersecurity workshop is all about. So let's quickly get into this subject matter, and I'll just paste a link about my corporate in the chat box. You can just go through about my company and what are the offerings that we give. And thank you, Dr. Aparna ma'am. Thank you, Principal sir. And of course, a great thanks to Dr. Ganesh sir, placement team, because we keep discussing lots of things and everything revolving to the students community. So I've been great. It's been a great opportunity for us to work with, especially the MCA department. And Aparna ma'am, again, not to just boost anything, but the kind of activeness or the innovativeness that she takes, and especially for the students, is tremendous. And thanks for considering Delight ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for those few words. With this, we come to the close of the inaugural session of the FDP. I thank our principal for gracing this occasion and wishing us great success in this. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. If you permit me, I'll exit.
Yes, sir. You can move.
Thank you. I have some other meeting.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. All the best to all of you.
Thank you, sir. I also thank the co-founder of DILIT, Mr. Sridhar Murthy, for having supported us by providing resource persons and to have taken time to join the inaugural session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
I also thank the Vice Principal, all the deans, heads of various departments for having joined in for the inaugural session. Thank you all. My thanks are also due to Dr. P. Ganesh, Placement Officer and Associate Professor, Department of MCA, BMSIT, for supporting me in collaborating with the DILIT company. Thank you, sir, for all your support. I thank all my colleagues at my department for their immense support and cooperation towards organizing this FDP. I thank you all. I'm sure all the participants will have good insights on cybersecurity and hands-on exposure as takeaways from this FDP. I wish all of you a wonderful learning experience. With this, without further much delay, we start off with today's session. I welcome Mr. Bharat, the resource person of today's session, to take over. I welcome you once again, sir, on behalf of my team at BMSIT. Over to you, sir. Mr. Bharat, sir. Mr. Bharat? Sridhar, sir?
Yeah, ma'am. Let me just check. I think Bharat is muted. I'll just ask him to unmute.
Okay. So, dear participants, while the resource person comes online, the link for the attendance on Day1's link will be shared on the chat window during the sessions.
Ma'am, actually, Bharat is not able to unmute. Do you have any settings? You can just ask Bharat to unmute.
No, sir, I don't have any.
Okay, let me try, sir.
Because I am
I haven't muted anyone.
Okay, just give us a
Let me
minute.
try to
Ask him to relog in, sir.
Yeah, I'm just asking.
So while Bharat comes online for the sessions, I would like to inform the participants that the attendance link will be shared in the chat window during the sessions. So I expect all the participants to be online throughout the session, because if you are not attending the sessions, then the certificate will not be issued by the AICTE, and I'll have to upload your attendance onto the AICTE portal. Based on the attendance as well as the assessment feedback, everything that will be given during the last session of the 5-day FDP, your certificates will be given to you. So please make good utilization of this 5-day workshop. I hope it will be a very fruitful one for all of you.
Yeah, just try to relog in again. Ma'am, just give us 1 minute more. I think Bharat is just relogging in. We'll just check what is it.
Sure, not an issue. Sure, sir. And I request all the participants to please join in through the same mail ID which you have given, because it becomes really very difficult, for me to admit all of you in when the session begins, or if I'm talking to you all or presenting something, it becomes very difficult. So please, stick to the same email ID that you have given during registration. So just to give a brief about the entire workshop while they get ready, there will be a total of 14 sessions during this 5-day workshop. So daily we'll have close to 3 sessions. So 3 sessions, though it is 3 sessions, but it will be a continuous one from daily in the afternoon. But one for 1 or 2 sessions, I think, is in the morning as well. I think I have also shared the brochure with all of you for your ready reference. So we'll be having every session will be around 1 to 1.5 hours. So there will be 3 sessions starting from 2 o'clock to 6 in the evening.
Yeah, Bharat, we're able to hear you. Go ahead.
So we are not able to hear him.
Hello, ma'am. Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Now you want to.
So there is a lot of disturbance. We are not able to hear him at all. Sridhar sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. I'm just talking to Bharat. Just give me a minute.
Is it okay? Audible now? Or some issue? Apologies. What about now? Is it okay? Is it fine, or is it still the issue?
Yeah, now
It's better up.
it's getting clear now.
Okay. Now it's audible now. Everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Perfect. 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 Okay. Oh, perfect. Right. That's great. So, guys, am I audible? Loud and clear? Or is it any background noises?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead, Bharat. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, thank you everyone, and welcome back. Welcome to everyone for the session. And so let's start. So before proceeding to the session, myself, Bharat Kumar, and so I'm being in this particular domain from past 5 to 6 years per now. I've been handling sessions across cybersecurity in different domains like pen testing, vulnerability assessment, and ethical hacking. Various other batches. And so far, I've trained more than 2,000 students, including corporates and students, guys. So without wasting much time, let's dive into the topic. So I will be sharing my screen for a few subject matters. So please let me know if screen is visible.
Sure, sir. Sure.
You can use the chat box for the confirmation. Okay. Is my screen visible to everyone? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
The screen is not
Okay.
visible.
So is my screen visible now?
The screen isn't visible, sir.
It should be visible now.
Yeah, now it's loading.
Try once again. Screen not temporarily. The screen is not visible yet. Yeah, I think it's taking some time.
Your audio isn't very clear.
Yeah, that should be visible now.
Sir, your audio is not
Is it
very
visible,
clear.
guys? The screen is visible.
Yeah, screen is visible. Bharat, go ahead.
Okay, it's perfect. I'm facing. Don't know why I'm facing this much issues. That's perfect. Okay. Okay, just a sec. Let me present my subject.
Bharat, sir? Bharat, sir?
Yeah. So sorry guys, I think a lot of people are facing a lot of disturbance in the background. Probably that's due to a network issue, I hope. Just give me a minute. Yeah, I see, ma'am. I think there's, yeah, ma'am. I think there's a bit of issue with the network probably. Just give me a sec. I'll connect with a different mission. That should work fine. I hope. So just give me a minute. So let me try to reconnect back with a different mission. Okay. That should do the work.
We are just sorry. Just give us 5 minutes. We'll reconnect back with a different machine. It was working fine, but again, digital transformation happens and network issues. So just give us another 2 minutes before Bharat logs into the different system.
Sure, sir. Sure. Participants kindly stay on. They are resolving their issue. They'll get back at any time. Participants, please mute yourselves. Okay, as I told, the attendance link will be shared during the sessions in the chat window, and that will not be mailed to any of you, because you will have to do it when I share it in the chat window only. As well as on the last day, you will be given 2 feedback links as well as the assessment, which you will have to submit. So only if you submit the 2 feedbacks and the assessment, and if you are attending regularly, only then the AICTE will issue a certificate to you. Otherwise, it is not going to be possible, because whatever you are submitting, I'll have to upload the same thing onto the AICTE portal. So it will be done based, a certificate will be issued by AICTE based on your attendance assessment feedback.
Excuse me, ma'am, can I have a doubt clarification? Small.
Yes, madam, please.
Madam, because of network connectivity, like we might have to go out and come in for some time. You know, everywhere like this network connectivity problem is persisting. So even if there is a break for some time, like AICTE will reject the certificate or what?
Well, I'm not sure about that, because whatever.
Because network connectivity is persistent across all. Like even since morning, we had another meeting. Quite often, this was the problem here. So I just wanted to get to know about this.
What I suggest, madam, in your regard, it is completely concerned with the organizers, because the last week I have attended the same FDP from the AICTE ATAL Academy, and the organizers were from Chennai, St. Joseph College of Engineering. Okay. So what I feel that if organizers are providing the attendance, then there must be no issue in this regard, I think. Yeah, because this problem is
yes, sir,
organizers are considering this kind of problems.
We are not able to avoid this. All of a sudden, like it just goes off, and it will take some time for us to get reconnected.
Bharat, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bharat, yeah, this is better.
Yeah, is it audible? Is it loud?
Yeah, this is better.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Please mute your mic, participants. Usha, madam, please mute it.
Great. Great to hear again. So yes, it's great. I hope I'm audible completely loud and clear for everyone.
Yeah, this is loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, let's go ahead, and I hope my screen is visible now. For everyone, we can use
yes,
guys
sir.
just for yeah. Perfect. So okay, let's start up. Okay. It's really great, and sorry for the kind of issues sometimes. So obviously, this is the very first session, pretty much common. So let's start. As a principal sir gave us a good guidance in the earlier part, he explained us very well about the requirement of cybersecurity, the requirement of awareness in cybersecurity in everyone's daily life in today's world. So as you all know, because of this pandemic situation and also our evolution in the technology, so we have been too much addicted into the technology. It could be your computers, mobile phones, every other any other computing device. So these devices are used for our advancement of our own life, right? So it is these technological devices are technically used for to help us in our daily life job, isn't it? So, but due to this advancement of technology, these have been a companion to us in our own daily life, right from the moment we get up from our bed until we end up the day. So we have been addicted, and we've been having these technological devices as our companion. Now, cybersecurity is a kind of a domain where these companion devices would be turned against us and start harming us, right? So since these devices are a part of our daily life, and we share our almost a major part of our daily life. Along with that, we also share few other private information along with that things. And when these devices are used against us, it could cause us a financial losses as well as reputation and a couple of other losses as well. Now, this domain, cybersecurity, is basically a practice of defending our computers, servers, mobile devices, and other electronic devices from being hacked by malicious hackers. So, for the entire cybersecurity, the hacking acts as a base, or I would say some like a backbone of the entire domain. So, to understand cybersecurity, let us understand a hint of what is hacking, right? So I hope everyone are from a computer background, so you would have heard the terminology of hacking in your subject as well as in our daily life via through various mediums like internet or news channels and every other couple of different communication streams. So what is hacking basically? So obviously everyone would have a different like a mindset or a different kind of an assumption of what hacking is. So even myself, when I was learning hacking a couple of years ago, I had a different ideology, or I had a completely different like a imagination of what hacking would be. But technically speaking, hacking is something like accessing any protected resources without an authentication or authorization. Now, what does it mean? So just like, let me explain that in a very layman's term. Assume that you have a piggy bank, something which you keep your pocket money into. Now, you would deposit your like 10, 15 rupees of money daily onto your piggy bank so that you can collect it and use it for a future purpose, isn't it? So everyone would have done it. Now, it's a way of storing something, your very much important element. Now, in order to access that, what do you do it? You will have a lock to open it. I mean, you will have a key to open a lock, and you'll be able to take your money, isn't it? That's a legal way, or the right way of opening a lock and gaining your important savings, right? That's the right way to do it. But what if you want to steal that money? You will use a hairpin or some other mechanism, or you will break that particular piggy bank to get the money, right? That is the illegal way of doing it. So hacking is something similar to that. So whatever money you're collecting inside a piggy bank would be something like a data. So our data could be anything. From a subject, you've already understood data is nothing but a combination of zeros and ones, isn't it? So our devices, it could be a personal computer, your servers, mobile devices, the computers on the internet. These are all just like a piggy bank, right? And the lock is the way how you access that particular data, right? So technically what hackers do is, just like you use the hairpin or like a duplicate key or buy some other magnet or something like that to open a piggy bank and access your money in an illegal way or in an unauthorized way. In the same way, hackers will use some methodology or some loopholes of that particular devices in order to take control of the device so that they can capture the particular data. So the entire hacking is nothing but trying to access something which is protected without the authentication or authorization. That's what the world of hacking is. Now, how hacking is done? That is what we are going to learn in the next couple of hours and throughout this workshop, right? So I hope hacking and the basic idea of hacking or the definition of hacking and what cybersecurity is pretty much clear, because a lot of people who have used cybersecurity word while choosing your career or while going through your various other communication streams. You might have come across the domain called cybersecurity. It has those many various opportunities in the world and all those stuff. But what is cybersecurity basically is that, to understand that, it will take a bit of time, right? So, but basically, cybersecurity is nothing but there are a lot of hackers around the world who try to steal your data from various devices. So, cybersecurity is a domain where you practice in order to defend yourself from defend yourself from various devices from getting hacked, right? So, to keep your devices or your loved one's devices or the persons who have control on their devices from being hacked, right? I hope it's clear about cybersecurity and the hacking. Now, cybersecurity is not just a single domain. It's a wide ocean, right? So you have various subjects and various domains inside self-security, right? So we could there are let me name few branches in it. So we have network security, web security, endpoint security, mobile security, cloud security, wireless security, IoT security, and various other, a few smaller domains on which we work on protecting ourselves. Now, everywhere the basic concept is same. Someone is trying to steal your data, and you are trying to protect from being hacked or from being stolen. Right? Just like you purchase a lock to lock a particular bag or wallet, isn't it? Similar to that, we are trying to use some security mechanism so that someone should not be able to easily take control of our data. So let me just briefly explain you what these branches are, because when you complete this overall workshop, or when you turn towards your career, in case if you want to go in terms of cybersecurity as your career, at the end of the day, you will be getting into any one of this particular domain, right? So I'll just take a few minutes just to explain what this particular domain is, and then we'll go forward and why you need hacking skill in the IT industry. Okay, so first and foremost is a network security. So network, or the medium, plays a very vital role in all our communication, right? So the communication exists in computers is because of the network. So today we have almost around like 110 people, almost we have around like 110 people connecting to each other, and we are communicating in a real time. So irrespective of whichever physical location we are, irrespective of whichever devices we are using, so today in this world, we are able to communicate this effectively is because there is a network connectivity. There is a packet flow between my computer and all the other people's computer in a flow fashion. That's the reason it's easy for us to have a communication. So this is what network is, right? So obviously from the OSI model or from the base of networking, you might have understood the various layers, and you already understood about how the packet flows from one end to another end, isn't it? It includes framing out, it includes fragmenting of packet, it includes encryption, it includes decryption, all those XYZ stuff, isn't it? So all these protective mechanisms so that your packets get securely transmitted from my computer until your computer is handled by network security. So the network security branch completely handles about how securely the data from my computer reaches your computer through various other devices. So you will come across various loopholes over here. You'll come across various different types of attacks over here. So we'll obviously see a few of the attacks like DOS, sniffing, MITM, which people tend to use under network security. Okay, obviously we'll see that more in a detailed manner in the upcoming session. But basically, network security is nothing but securing the packets flown from the one end to another end. So data at transit. So basically we have data at three states. Data at transit, when data is being transferred from one computer to another computer. That's basically called as data at transit. Right, so let me type it over here so that you can easily understand. Three states of data. So you have something called data at transit, when data is moving or transmission. And then you have something called data at rest, when data is taking rest. It's not like taking rest like sleeping in a bed. Obviously, it's being stored in a database or some other memory medium. And we have something called data at data is being processed, right? So obviously data transit means your data is being moving from one end to another end. Data at rest means data is being stored somewhere and you take the data, right? Data at process is data is being manipulated, or it is being processed to give out some result, right? So purely in network security, like 90% of the time it relies on data at transit. So it looks about your encryptions, it looks about your how data is being effectively, data should not be visible to any third person in the network. All those things are handled at network security, right? Next is your web security. So in today's world, according to the like one of the statistics maintained by around like 2019 by Veracode, it says that there are like 4 billion websites across the world, right? So that means that we are not only addicted to computers, but there are lots of resources available on the internet, and every resources are linked with some other websites. So even the Google Meet that which we are using as a medium is a product of Google, which is obviously a search engine. So and almost every information in today's world is being exchanged through one or the different websites. Today, when if I'm trying to promote my product, I should have a valid website so that I can tell people that this is my website and this is my data. So that is a way how I can promote myself, or I can show my activities to the people, right? So the study of how websites, or how these websites can be secured, or how this web traffic can be secured, comes under web security. So web security deals about how websites can be secured, like how your Google can be secured, YouTube can be secured, or the college website can be secured. So all these things come under web security. So obviously, you guys who have already might have completed the web application or kind of a different projects where you build your own websites or web pages development. You might have worked on it. So these web pages that you develop, due to some other reasons or due to time advancement, might be vulnerable or one or the other day, or it may contain a loopholes, right? So web security is a domain where those loopholes are being identified and patched. That is handled by web security. Next comes endpoint security. Endpoint security is basically means that providing security to your personal computer. Example, your antivirus. Obviously, in today's world, there's huge amount of malwares available across the world, right? So every now and then there is a new virus that has been identified by some XYZ antivirus company, and that is being transmitted one or the different ways, right? So in today's world, is considered in such a way that if you have a desktop, you should have an antivirus. It's as similar to that. If you are a human being, you should at least go once to the hospital. It's exactly something similar to that, right? So that's how the generation is at. Similarly, endpoint security completely maintains security about your personal computer. As an example, you can use antivirus, your security in the add-ons, your username, the tools that maintain your username passwords on your browsers. The one which is used for DLP solution is what we call as, which will identify if you have any data leakage in your system. If someone is trying to compromise the system, all those security parameters will come under endpoint security. Yep. Next comes your mobile security. As I said, mobile is a very vital organ of our life today. So it's been with us right from the moment we get up of our bed until we end up our day, right? So such a companion should obviously require security, isn't it? So mobile security has it involves providing security to your mobile applications. Obviously, everything that runs in our mobile phone, it runs on apps, isn't it? And mobile phone is as much as similar to your PCs. It's nothing but a palm top computer today, right? So mobile security deals about how your applications can be secured, how your base operating system, your firmware, or your base OS can be secured, and how those various other devices that is connected to your mobile can be secured. Next comes your cloud. Cloud basically is nothing but your infrastructure on some other physical medium. So in a generic word, let me say this way: instead of setting up your own complete lab on your college premises on a like 100 by 100 room, and you're setting around like 100 to 200 PCs and use it for your practicing and your research purpose. And let's say something happens, something pandemic situation happens in your physical location where your college is located. In such cases, people cannot travel to the college to practice, isn't it? So what the technology has involved is there are different geographical locations where they have hundreds of computers set up as a network. Now students can easily log in with their mobile or laptop, and they can connect directly to the lab irrespective of whichever location they are. So basically, cloud is nothing but a very simple concept where instead of you processing your data on your physical machine, you're keeping your physical machines, you're keeping your computer on somebody's premises, physically on somebody's premises, and whatever operation that you want to perform, you can send those operations to your cloud service provider and do all the processing over there, irrespective of wherever he is located, whichever data you're sending. So your Amazon, Google, Azure are nothing but they have a dedicated computers over there. Now you can hire those computers, and instead of doing your job on your personal computer, all the operation you're performing it on those computers, which is physically located on somebody's premises. Yeah. So around like 70% of all the websites in today's world are hosted on cloud websites, right? Why? Because it's very hectic and very time consuming, as well as much cost consuming, much costly in terms of hosting your own website on your own premises. So that's the reason why people tend to easily go towards the cloud, so that they have a bit less hassles to work and maintain your websites. Next comes wireless security. So typically, wireless security not only means your Wi-Fi, it also means your different wireless device. So wireless security, basically, even though it means like protecting your Wi-Fi, so like somebody is trying to steal your Wi-Fi and you protect those credentials, the data, all those things. But it also means that you're trying to protect any data that is being transmitted via radio frequency signals. So your Bluetooth, your Wi-Fi, your near field communication signals, your infrared signals. So these are all on your mobile phone signals that you call as electromagnetic radiations. Those signals, you're trying to protect yourself so that somebody should not be able to steal those data. Because it's not like the wires today. So even the wires that is connected to your laptop will contain a lot of information. Now we cannot take a glass, or we cannot take a very magnifying glass and see what data is going on, isn't it? That's physically impossible. So as similar to that, your data is being traveling throughout the air. Now this data can be used against you. That's the reason it's pretty much necessary to keep your wireless devices also a pretty secured, in a pretty secured environment. Next comes your IoT. So IoT stands for Internet of Things, which is pretty much in boom from past 6-7 years. So the basic concept why IoT is being in a trend is because it is nothing but a small computer, which has a capability of connecting to a network. So if you're spending 50,000 rupees to purchase a laptop, and all you do is one or two tasks, and so you can do the same task. Like for example, you're trying to host your own web page throughout your college, or let's say you're trying to build a wireless server. So this task, if you're investing 50,000 rupees to build such a small task, you can do the same task by purchasing 3,000 rupees worth Raspberry Pi. So whatever the configuration Raspberry Pi had, it was the same configuration which was my first PC. Typically my first PC was a Pentium 4, which had 1 GB of RAM and like 40 GB of hard disk. Yeah, that was it. And it only had network connectivity, that is a LAN connectivity. But today's Raspberry Pi has again a dual core processor. It has 2 GB of RAM. It comes up with built-in Wi-Fi driver. It comes with built-in Bluetooth device, and you can use your SD card even with a capability of 128 GB, and you have a complete liberty to connect your any type of network connectivity. It could be a near-field communication, it could be Wi-Fi, it could be Bluetooth, or it could be a LAN. Right. So today's Raspberry Pi is better in advancement than a normal even a small computer, isn't it? So that's the power of IoT devices. But what if this power of the IoT device is used against you? The same example happened around 2 years ago. So what a group of hackers did is they just hacked CCTV cameras, the wireless cameras, which had default passwords. So this group of hackers, obviously you might have seen CCTV cameras. These CCTV cameras also come with wireless mode. which means you just need to serve them like internet capability and power socket. It will automatically record your feed, and it will store in its own database. So later you can log into the website and download your recordings. So what this group of hackers did is they used default. So they identified default the CCTV cameras which has default password. They took control of those devices, and later they redirected. They compromised around like 1,000 Wi-Fi based CCTV cameras, and they took control of all those devices. And later they redirected the entire traffic, the data, the speed of the data, towards one particular server, and they caused a DOS. So we'll see in future classes what is DOS. But just to give you an idea, DOS is something like an attack where you can make a server inaccessible. You might have observed on the date of results, when you get this university results, the day when you have a university result, obviously your result, the web page that serves your result will obviously be inaccessible for few people, right? That's because there is your server has some limitations, right? It can only handle a limited amount of people at any given point of time. Right, so obviously it cannot be infinite. No power in the world can be infinite, isn't it? So your network, your network capability, that your server which hosts your web, your university results, will have some limitation. And when more number of people try to access the website at the same time, obviously your server said, no, Baba, I cannot handle this much traffic, isn't it? Just like a human can only do 1 or 2 tasks at a time, right? What happens if I give 100 tasks to a same person? You cannot do it, right? You cannot handle it. The same thing happens in a server. A server can only handle a limited amount of data. Obviously, the limit can be less and can be huge. Like for Facebook, it's a huge, and for my website or your website, it will be limited, right? So obviously, each and every website will be having some limitation in the bandwidth. So what these hackers did is they redirected all these traffic coming from few of the devices they have hacked or compromised, and they redirected to one particular website. And obviously, the website went down. Just imagine what would happen if you redirected that many amount of data or bandwidth to Amazon, right? So one of the statistics says Amazon earns around like $1 million in an hour. Right, just one of the statistics. So what happens if Amazon is taken down for 1 hour? Obviously, it's a 1 million loss, isn't it? So that's the work of an IoT device. So what people tend to do is, these IoT devices are so minor devices, so people don't care much about security aspects in IoT. So hence, these become easy prone for a hacker to hack. Right. So these are a few minute branches in cybersecurity. As I said, this is not the only collection. It's a very huge domain. It's a huge ocean again. This workshop would be like scratching the surface or picking up one glass of water from a huge ocean. Right. So we'll try to fetch and we'll try to understand cybersecurity domain as much as possible, and we'll try to gain as much as knowledge as it's possible in the given in a given workshop session, right? So I hope it's pretty much clear so far. I mean, the basic terminologies and all these basic concepts. Again, obviously, you guys can use this chat box as your commenting forum. Obviously, so if I ask you to mute and talk again, it would be something like a chaos in the overall session. So I would recommend better, with the permission of the faculty guys, you could use the chat box in order to share your queries.
They can, sir. The chat box can be used, sir. No issues.
Thank you for that. Yes, you could use the chat box as the queries. And as you can see, I'll be presenting my screens. Then obviously I'll be looking up into the chat box once I complete a particular topic, right? So you could punch in your queries in the chat. So I'll be answering your queries once a particular topic has been discussed. Yep. So I hope it's pretty much clear for everyone, guys. So I don't see any queries yet. So obviously you can use the chat as the queries. Okay. And yes, the faculty will help you about giving you attendance link. So no worries regarding that. And coming to materials, I'll be using a common. So okay, let me give you a few hints about the way I generally handle these sessions. So obviously, I'm not a like a PPT guy. So sessions would be more in terms of practicals. So you'll be seeing less the whiteboard, more in terms of tools and techniques. I'll be using the whiteboard to explain definition, like I did currently, and I'll be using few of the images to show you the flow, how things work, and what is required. Okay, but most of the time it will be on the practicals part. And I'll be using this text file. So basically, the file I'm sharing you guys on the screen. This text file will be used as a mode of giving out you few information. Currently, it's just a few definitions, but as the session goes on, it would contain a lot of hyperlinks, which will redirect you to the few more detailed things. Obviously, it would be a kind of foolishness if I say I can cover entire cybersecurity in 5 days. Obviously, it's not possible. So I can give you a different. I can show you different opportunities where you can grasp and give you a good guidance about what cybersecurity is, what topics they are, and I can also guide you across where you can get more information about this. For that purpose, you can use this text file. And usually, I'll again, with the permission of the faculty people, I'll host this onto a drive on each session for the next 5 days, and I'll be providing the link in the chat box so that you can use the same study material for a purpose. Okay.
Bharat, there is one question in the chat box. You can please look into it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll look into it. So it goes like this. Kindly discuss some encryption algorithm, how they are helpful in securing our data. Surely, sir. I have currently I'm not included in that in our current scenario, but I'll surely discuss about some encryption algorithm, where it is used, and how it would be helping in our current data transmission. Okay. Is it okay? I hope that's pretty much clear. Any queries, guys, from the things that you have covered so far? Just an introduction part. That's great. Let's go forward. I'll surely include that in our undergoing sessions, because I'll discuss few of the things about this. Currently, I just discussed about few of the introductory topics. In a few, as the time goes on, I'll be discussing few technical concepts. So while discussing about technical concepts, I'll come to that particular cryptographic way. So basically, we got it as the whole study of encryption is basically called as cryptography. So when I come across cryptography, I'll obviously discuss those things and how those encryptions can be used in our daily life activity, so that you can keep your things secure. Okay, and okay, so. What on all should we download? I mean the tools. So that's perfect. So I think I've shared the agenda, basically the contents of the course. So there I've clearly mentioned a couple of tools, and I've also given a hyperlink where you can download those tools. In case you have not received, no problem. I'll be sharing that link in the chat box, in the chat thing, and you can download it from that particular place as well. Okay, so you no longer require a huge set of downloads of tools. So you can use one of the operating system that is typically used about used in hacking. So you can use that particular operating system. It comes up with lots, at least like 500 plus 500 plus tools across the internet. Okay. So that we'll be discussing. I'll be giving you in a couple of minutes. Another query: can you? Okay, the recordings will be available to you. I think that's handling to the faculty members, guys. And yes, can you discuss few attacks recently encountered? Heard a lot about during pandemic, this pandemic situation. Obviously, I'll cover that. So let me put it this way. So I'll do one thing. This overall session is presented for 4 hours. So I keep it this way, that we'll first cover out the overall session, the topics, like let's say like 95%. So I'll take the 5% of the session, that is around like 5 hours, 15 minutes or something like that. And there I'll be using these topics, that is real-time topics, that helps you in understanding all those things. So even very few years ago, like day before yesterday, also there was one of the cybersecurity attack that happened on our honorable Prime Minister's Twitter account. So similar to that, I'll also give you a few of the recently encountered attacks that will help us you to understand what is the severity of cybersecurity attacks in today's world. Yeah, so I'll make that notes and I'll be adding that in the sessions, right? So let me put that way. So we'll be discussing about the recent attacks, okay, and also be discussing about cryptography. Okay, so probably I'll be using the last 15 minutes to discuss about recent attacks. Okay, and obviously cryptography will be the encryption part would be added as a part of the overall curriculum. Yeah, it's great, and it's great. So I hope it's so far it's pretty much clear, and let's go forward. Again, at any point of time, you can raise your queries. Now we heard about cybersecurity. We discussed about what is the cybersecurity, what are the different branches of it, and all those things. Now, what is the reason, or why should we learn hacking, or why should we learn cybersecurity in today's world? So, as just we discussed, there are various different attacks that is happening in the real world, which makes us, and it also we have been a part of internet. Right, as I said, it has been a the mobile device or your computer devices are being our companion in our daily life, and which means it's also that we have connected to internet right from the moment we turn on our mobile phone. Even currently, we are a part of internet at all, even now as well, isn't it? So it makes that since we are present in internet, that it also makes us vulnerable. It also makes the probability that we are probable to be being hacked, isn't it? We are all in the presence of internet. That means that we have prone to be hacked through one of the different ways, isn't it? So which means that it also makes us own duty that not only we have to learn hacking, not only just because we want to hack someone else, it's because that if you know how hackers hack computers, we can be aware and we can keep ourselves in a secured way so that we can prevent ourselves from being hacked. And also, not only ourselves, we can also help our own people in our own circle to also make them secured as well. It's basically a chain link. So the reason why we need to learn hacking, or we need to gain the skill of hacking, is basically to skill up ourselves and to have more knowledge on security so that we can keep ourselves secure first, and then the people around us to also be secure. So if you have, so there are a lot of people who have this very major attack called phishing. So I'll come to that part in a few seconds. But yes, we have an attack called phishing, where the only way of preventing these sort of attacks from happening is gaining knowledge of how this attack is being done. So in today's world, even hacking has been a part of technology from a couple of decades. Right? It's been more than 3 to 4 decades in technology, more than 2 to 4 decades, obviously. So even after so many years of knowledge, even people are getting 20, 30 years of experience in security. Still today, there is no concrete prevention for attacks like phishing. You don't have a concrete like exact prevention for DOS. Do not have exact prevention for malware attacks. Why? Because even attacks get evolved day by day, and few attacks are such a configured way is that these attacks can only be prevented if you know how this has been attacked, how this attack has been carried out. It's almost similar to that. If someone injects you some poison, the only person who can save you from being choked up is the same person, because he only knows what is the antidote for it, isn't it? The same thing happens in hacking as well. So it's very much crucial for us to have a knowledge of hacking and understanding how hacking can be carried out so that we can keep ourselves secured and the people around us to be also more secure. This is in terms of learning hacking in our personal way. Now, since the hacking is carried out in such a huge scale, and so we have so much probability of being hacked, even corporates have this huge risk. Now, if as a company, if I have a website, if I have a social presence, if I have a logical, if I have a internet presence, various different social networks, that makes me prone to be hacked, isn't it? So as an organization, along with the threats regarding cash, along with the threats like the tax and the physical threats, various other different threats, as an organization, hacker is also a threat for me, right? So in that case, because of this case, lot of companies that have a presence on a digital world will obviously need to hire a lot of people who have the skill set of hacking, because the only way you can keep yourself secured is learning how things are done, so that you can build a barrier on how that can be prevented. Okay, that gives you a huge opportunity in the wide corporate world. And since India is being a leader in IT, obviously it gives you a huge opportunity of gaining more and more presence across the world in a digital in this cybersecurity field. And that's another major reason for us to have this, for us to gain these skills. Okay, that's about why this hacking skill is required in one and everyone's daily life. So let us discuss about few of the commonly faced cybersecurity attacks and what are their impacts. Okay, this partially covers our recent attacks as well. So these are not the only type of attacks, but these are the type of attacks that is been happening from past 5 years or even 10 years, and it is even been happening today as well. Okay, so let us first understand what are these attacks as, and why there are these impacts much in our data or in our computers. Okay, so let's see one by one. The first one is malware attacks. One of the common attack vectors in today's world, that how we have been hacked, is malwares. So basically, a malware is nothing but a piece of code or a software. So any software that technically harms your computer. So any software that harms your computer is basically called as malware. So your virus, worms, ransomware, your keyloggers, your spywares, entire thing comes under malware only. Obviously, when you purchase a mobile phone or when you purchase a new desktop, the first thing that we do in today's world is put an antivirus. Even that antivirus as well, we go to various websites, we compare various antiviruses, we'll ask suggestions with our brother or cousins or colleagues, and try to fetch which is the right antivirus, right? Why? Because we have a threat of someone giving us or sharing a virus or a malware to our system, isn't it? That is the reason it is being one of the common cyber attacks that's happening in our daily life. That is malware. Now, why this malware is used to share to us? Why do they share to us? So malware, again, there are different ways how a malware can get inside your computer. But the reason why malware is used, or why hackers create the malware and share to you, is because they are interested in your data, or some people are interested to gain control on your computer, right? So malware is one of the common ways to steal your data and to gain control over a computer. Okay, so gaining control on a computer is basically they'll make your computer as a slave. Okay, this terminology is basically called as bot, B-O-T, bot. So bot is a terminology that we refer that some hacker has hacked you and made your computer as a slave. So that why he wants to make your computer as a slave? Because he will use your computer to hack someone else, isn't it? So it's just like your thieves. So when someone try to steal some money, or someone try to do like illegal stuff, obviously his footprints, his presence, or whatever he has done, there would be some proof to that, right? There would be logs, right? The same thing happens in digital world. Whatever a person does, that is being stored into logs, right? And these logs will define what this person did, right? So hackers, obviously, one of the only ways to prevent these logs is that either you wipe out the logs after the event happened, or in place of your logs, you put someone else's identity, so that you are not impacted. The other person will get caught. So a lot of people use this methodology, that they will first compromise some XYZ people, some normal people, and they will use their computer to hack someone else. So which means in the logs of the victim computer, your IP address or your system's access would be logged. Which means when they have a forensic investigation happens, or when a police goes into that particular computer, or someone investigates that particular logs, instead of identifying hackers' logs, the normal people's logs would be available over there. Okay, so that they can divert the actions of the defense people. Right. So malware is used for two purpose. One, to gain control of one's computer and use those computers for later attacks, or which is used to steal your data. So obviously hackers are interested on your data, so they will try to steal your data. That is malware. Okay. One of the common ways how malware can come into your system, either by sharing files, like the usual files that you share among your friends and colleagues, like through email, through pen drives, through drum drives, through any other share apps, and various other hyperlinks, all those things. Second, through infections. So obviously, it's not a biological infection I'm talking about. I'm talking about the loopholes that technically exist in your computer. So even your operating system, even your application that you run on a system will have its own loopholes. Just like we are prone to have viruses, we are prone to have, so we wear a mask, right? So just to prevent ourselves from virus attacking us. Exactly like that. That is what we use different antiviruses and some tools so that we can prevent infections from entering into a computer. Right. The only ways how these infections can be eliminated is by regularly updating your patches. So whenever you receive updates on your phone, and whenever you receive your updates on your computer, make sure you update it. This is the only way how infections can be eliminated in the early stage. Okay. First thing is via sharing files. Second thing is via infections, and third thing is because of the greed. So a lot of people have this greed. So obviously different people have different types of greed. So some due to money, some for the sake of some free tools.
Hello.
So some because of the games and different ways, right?
Hello.
Hello. I hope someone is.
Participants, participants, please mute. Sorry for the disturbance, sir.
Yes, okay, second. So yes, some because of the greed. So the greed need not only be money. So a lot of people, because obviously in recent days there are a lot of apps has been banned by Indian government. So people who are addicted to those apps, obviously they'll go to Google and search for the resembling apps or the alternative apps, isn't it? So hackers take the advantage of this. They'll try to crack those unofficial apps, or they'll try to build some fake apps which portrays as an official app, and they include a malware through that, and they will send it to you. So we, without knowing those malicious intention, will try to download those versions. A very best example is that GB WhatsApp, FB WhatsApp, and the different versions of TikTok, which is available on India, which works on Indian region. So these are different ways how hackers can inject malware in the system. One, via file sharing. Second, via infections, various infections, and third, via greed. So you try to download or install applications which is from unofficial channels. So these are three major ways how malwares can enter into the system. So what you need to do in order to prevent yourself from being hacked through a malware? Make sure when you share your files, the files are secure. So which means that you should always download any files or application from the official source. That is from Play Store, or if you're downloading Firefox, go to Mozilla Firefox website and download from there. Do not go to CNET. If you're downloading some XYZ stuff, go to the official website and download from the official website. Do not try to get it from different unofficial sources. Similarly, when you're sharing files across your friends, make sure you're using unofficial channels like a mail which has a virus total on it, or which scans for any viruses, and then it shares your files. Third, for inspections, make sure you always update your computers and mobile phone for that purpose. Yeah. Next goes to phishing. So phishing is one of the common ways how people hack to steal credentials. So let me give you a simple idea. So phishing is basically a very lay term of being hacked, where the only thing the hacker does is he will create a fake web page and share the fake web page to the victim. So when victim clicks on that particular link, let's say for example, I want to hack your Facebook credentials. So what I'll do is I'll create a web page that looks exactly like Facebook. You have the icon, you have the symbol, you have all those input and output boxes, and you create a fake web page, create a fake page, but in the place of username and password, by default, the official username and password will be actually sent to Facebook's database, isn't it? Your credentials will be sent to Facebook database. There it will get validated and it will give you the access of Facebook. So what I'll do is I'll create a fake web page which looks identical to Facebook page, login page, and in the functionality or in the action item, I'll put my website or my own database, so that whenever some person types in their username and password and click on login, the credential, instead of going to Facebook, it will be stored on my computer or my database. So this attack is called as phishing, where attacker will be creating a fake web page and sending it to victim. When victim opens the page, it looks identical to the official page, but the credentials which they enter, it goes to the hacker. So this is one of the common way how someone steals your data. So whenever you get a link on WhatsApp saying that you have a Flipkart offer, you have an Amazon offer, or Modi is giving you free laptops, or someone else has one of the lucky dip or XYZ stuff. So obviously this, if you want to trust, identify who it actually did is, you need to go to virustotal.com, something like, just let me share it out. So the website called virustotal.com, where you can enter the URL that is being given to you and check whether the URL is official URL or not. Or you can also do this thing. There's a tool called netcraft.com. So netcraft.com. Go to this website, and whatever website that has been shared to you, go over here, and in the search. Here it is search. So you can just put www those website, like for example, hack with Biki. Okay, I'm not aware about our website, but I'm just putting up some new website. It says the website that you're getting. Just put over here saying that hack with Biki or B, so that will give you what others you have. Let me put this on the front page side. Netcraft site report. So what this does is Netcraft is a tool which has its presence across the internet. So whatever website you will give here, it will identify what are the details that can be identified with the website. And obviously from the details, we can clearly come to know whether this website is official website or unofficial website. Okay, so if you're searching for something like Amazon.com, put over here. If someone says you that Amazon is giving you free vouchers to download XYZ stuff, then obviously what you can do is you can just go to your site report.netcraft.com. Put it over here. Site report.netcraft.com. So, and you can just put that URL www.amazon.in is official website, obviously. So when you hit Amazon, if it is originally from the Amazon website, obviously you should look the hosting company on the company which is owned, which is their organization. Here you can clearly you should clearly find out which company is actually owning that, right? So if it is from a dummy website, or if someone has created a fake web page that looks like Amazon, obviously when you put that hyperlink over here, or when you paste that URL in here and search over there, you will get a different company over here, different service over here. And VirusTotal, it will flag you that it is a fake website. So the website, it looks like this. Okay, it looks clean over here. Okay, so these ways you can prevent yourself from being hacked by phishing attacks. Here, I'll come to the query part, but again, few small topics. I'll complete this, and I'll come to a few of the queries regarding these topics. Next comes is a man-in-the-middle attack. So man-in-the-middle attack, or MITM, is one of the common attacks across networks. The good thing about this attack is that it does not happen on multiple networks. It only happens on same network, which means The attacker and victim, when attacker and victim are in the same network, the attack will only be possible on that cases. So let us understand what this attack does. Through a man-in-the-middle attack, a hacker could steal data exchanged between two computers. It's exactly like how you overhear somebody's conversation. Like two of your friends are talking to each other, and you're just sitting next to him, so that you're easily able to listen. You're able to overhear those topics that they are discussing. It's exactly the digital version of that. Okay, so the computers talk to each other via packets, isn't it? And this packet, since it's going through a common switch, you can manipulate the switch flow and you can steal those data. Now, how this can be technically done? For this attack to be technically happen, the attacker, it's very much necessary that attacker and victim are on a same network. Which means whenever you're using public network, that is, if you're using a free Wi-Fi, or you're using Google wireless Wi-Fi, or somebody is giving you free Wi-Fi from the on the coffee shop, or giving you free Wi-Fi on McDonald's. So whenever you see a free Wi-Fi, do not use your personal data on those networks. In a simple words, we say that if you are an untrusted network, unless until you own your router. So there's something called a router in your house. That's the one which is sharing you the internet. That is the one which is giving you internet from the ISP to your computer. So the person who owns the router, or if you have control on the router, that means you can pretty much steal everybody's data who is physically present on that network, or technically speaking, logically present on that particular network. So when you're using a free Wi-Fi or a public Wi-Fi, that means somebody else has control over your router, which means each and every packet that is transferred from your computer, your mobile device, has to go through his router, isn't it? Then that means you can easily record the data and you can use it for stealing your data, or you can use it for blackmailing you as well. So there are different cases that happens. So a man-in-the-middle attack is in such a way that whenever you're trying to use any public network, it could be free Wi-Fi, or you're connected to someone else's LAN cable, or there are various other cases, or using somebody else's hotspot, right? So all these cases, do not or never use any personal data, not even WhatsApp. So obviously WhatsApp uses encryption, but still, if they have certificate attacks, it can still be bypassed. So never use any personal data exchange when you're in a free Wi-Fi or a free network connections. That may cause you man-in-the-middle attack. Another major attack that happens throughout the world is DOS. As I said, DOS is an attack where you can kick out the official user from being accessing your computer, which means you own a laptop, isn't it? You have your own laptop. Now, if you own a laptop, obviously you have a complete permission to work on that laptop. You have complete access on how to use those using the data in the laptop, isn't it? Now, as a hacker, if I'm blocking you from accessing that particular data, that is what DOS causes about. That is what happens in DOS. So DOS, what happens in DOS is, as a hacker, I will send few packets to your computer. Upon receiving those packets in your computer will stop responding to you, which means whatever click you do, whatever command you type, whatever you do in your system, it will not listen to your it will not listen to your actions. So that's what DOS is, or denial of service. Basically, your computer is denying your request. As simple as that. Yeah. Next comes your SQL injection. So this SQL injection is present in one of the common cybersecurity attacks from past around like 1 to 2 decades. So from past 2 decades, this SQL injection is being there in one of the common attacks. The reason why is because, see, their entire data, irrespective of whatever website you're using, even your college data, your academics data, the students' data, even your phone numbers, email ID, all those data are actually stored in a database, isn't it? It is stored in a database. If it is in a physical medium, it would be stored in a wardrobe in your college or any other institution, because they have physical medium. If they are logical, that they have been transferred into digital, it would be stored in a database. Now, SQL injection is an attack where an attacker is able to inject some packets or some commands and able to steal those data. And in certain cases, he is not only stealing the data, he is also able to inject the new data or delete the data. Okay, that's what SQL injection is basically. So SQL injection defines that an attacker is able to steal your data or manipulate your data. Clear? Let me give you a simple brief about all these things. So malware attack is basically hacker is trying to gain access over your computer or steal data by injecting a malware or a software on your computer or any other computing device. Phishing is where attacker is trying to create a fake web page so that he can steal the data, the credentials of your system, of your website. Management attack is where the owner of your router or the person who has control of your network will be able to steal the data that you exchange between any computer. Okay. Denial of service is basically hacker is trying to block your access to your own computer or to your own servers. SQL injection is where hacker is trying to steal the content of the database. Is able to hack your database. Okay, guys, let me see if there are any queries. There are a couple of queries. Let me answer the queries by one. Okay, what tools are recent? Tools, there's a huge amount of tools. I'll be introducing to you as it goes on, because it's a very session. Obviously, you have a lot of curiosity about tools. So we'll discuss about tools when we discuss about a few of the basic concepts. I still have one or one and a half, basically a partial concepts, another 45 minutes based concepts. Until we understand a very basic things, these basic things. We'll see a bit of tools. Okay, so just give me a few minutes. We'll discuss about your tools. To give you a hint, there is an operating system called as Kali Linux. Kali Linux is what we call it as. Let me put it up here. Kali Linux is the operating system which is deliberately created for hacking. Okay, this is the entire operating system which was created for hackers to hack things. Right? Basically, it's used for pen testing purpose. We'll see what is pen testing in a while, and few operations of it incorporates in a while. That time we'll be able to understand what these things are. And obviously, throughout the session, I'll give you a huge amount of tools. So obviously, it will at certain point of time you'll feel that these are a lot of tools. How can I remember those tools? Right? So obviously, we'll see about the tools. But just give a few minutes. I will discuss about those things as well in a minute. Okay. And how can we check any kind of malware is present in our computer or not? There are two ways. One, you can do it manually, or you can do it with your software. Typically your endpoint security tools, that is your antivirus. So the job of your antivirus is to check malware in a system. That's the job. So you can run any good antivirus and do a deep scan on your computer. That will find out all the malwares in your system. Second thing, use Task Manager basically. See, open up Task Manager and open up your process list. So in a process list, you can see all the applications that is running on a system. Okay. So what you have to do is take your system into an idle mode. We are doing nothing in a computer. Should be doing nothing on a computer. Go to our idle mode and see what all applications or what a process are being running. Okay. So when your system is idle, there are very few things that will be running on a system, like your Explorer, Windows Explorer, your host, and only few things will be running on a system. Your SPC host, those things will be running on the system. In case, even on your idle case, so it should be literally running nothing on a system. When you are doing nothing, but still there are some third-party applications that is running on a system that could be malware. In that case, what you do? So you find some application that is running. Example, let's say I'm going to Google Chrome. I'll right click. Something called expand, actually process. Okay, you need to expand this. When you expand this, obviously you get one of this link. Right click go to open file location. You'll be able to get a exe file, something like this. Copy it to your desktop. Something, let me put it somewhere over here. Go to desktop. Next, go to virus.com. This is the online scanner. So if you have only one antivirus, here you can scan with multiple antiviruses. Okay. Go to your virus.com. Under file, okay, let me go a bit slow. Open this link, virus.com. So what I did is I went open my task manager. I found a process that is still running even if I close everything else, isn't it? In that case, right click on the process, click on open file location. That will take you to the exe file that is actually running. That will take you to the actual program. Okay. So go copy that exe file to a desktop or something like that. Once you copy it, go to virus.com. You'll have file URL search. Go to file, click on choose file, and then import that exe file that you copied and leave it and wait for a while. This will scan the exe file will be scanned through multiple antiviruses engine, and there it will identify if there's any malicious activity or not. So you can see here it says undetected. That means it's a clean software. So if you may get some red if some of the antivirus will report it as a red if that particular tool or if that particular application is a malware. Okay, there's a manual way of identifying a malware, but I would still prefer using antivirus first, endpoint security first, that are any type of antivirus, and then do the manual part. Okay. Another query: suppose our system is compromised with the external attacker. I think the query was continuation of this thing. So in case if your system is compromised with an external attacker, first of all, you need to identify how the system has been hacked, whether he has compromised system via infection or if he has compromised your system via by using a malware. So if you have hacked a computer through a malware, in that case, you can identify using antivirus and then remove the application from your system. In case if your system is being hacked via a loophole, so through some infection, in that case, you have to identify your infection and you have to fix it. The best way to fix it is basically you have to update your system. That will do it. Okay. Another, how to exactly find the exact person who has sent a mail. It is possible to trace the mail ID to find out the exact person behind the scene of fake email. This can be partially identified. I think I'll pretty much do this by you can max to max. You can try to get the IP address of who did it. Okay. So let's say if someone is sending you mail via Gmail, max to max is you can identify his IP address. So apart from that, you cannot do more detail. So even if you try to go, if it is very serious offense, in that case, what's the possibility in cyber department is that you can identify his IP address and you can file a lodge complaint in police, where what they exactly they would do is they will take the IP address, they will identify who was the person who did it. So let me give you a simple idea. Let me say IP location. So they'll just go to some online registry in the initial case, and they will try to find that guy's IP address. So in my case, my IP address is, this is my current IP address. So once they find out the right IP address, they will take this IP address and make a search to the ISP. Okay. So when they lodge a complaint to ISP will be having a log which IP address was assigned to which person at a given point of time. So you need to provide details like which IP address was the victim's IP address and at what time. So if you identify what IP address was the victim, was the attacker's IP address at what particular time frame, then these particular IP address and time frame can be given to the people of police, and they will contact ISP, where they will easily find out which at that given point of time who was owning that particular IP address, Through that, they'll be able to find out their mobile number or their internet service provider's details, their physical location. And that's the way how you can find out the right exact person. Obviously, this cannot be done unless until you have help of the police department. Okay. Another query: how can we differentiate phishing page and original page as nowadays short URLs are? This is one of the common thing that everyone faces. So just give me a different, just giving you a simple idea. So whenever you get a shortened URL, the best way is go to this link again, voice.com, paste your shortened URL over here. Again, this will be scanned by various antivirus tools, and they will direct you whether this particular URL is a malicious URL or it is the original page. That is one way. Second, you can use, you can first open the web page. Oh, obviously, by opening your page, by default, nothing happens. So open the web page unless until there are a few vulnerabilities on a system. Open the URL and get the actual IP or the domain name. So basically, your shortened URL would look something like this. Let me type it. Would look something like this. Let's say, for example, bit.ly / some XYZ stuff, right? So copy this, go to your go to the particular URL. Let me hit this. Obviously it's not the official URL. Let me try this or this, or it should get smart lock. Okay, so like this you can get actual URL. So let's say if it is relating to something like this, right? So then take this one, go to voice.com and put it here, or you can also use site report.netcraft.com and punch in the URL over here. This will give you which was the exact who was the exact owner and which company does it belong. If you have got the URL from Amazon saying that Amazon was Amazon's website, but the owner that you're seeing here is completely different, then obviously it's a fake URL. Okay, so this is one of the common ways how you can relate both the phishing and the original web pages. Another query: difference between DOS and DDoS. Basically, DOS. So you can easily understand DOS by taking a very lame example, something like two people are fighting to each other. Obviously, you would have seen wrestling, like kickboxing or any kind of wrestling, right? So DOS is the kind of attack where two people are basically fighting, is communicating. Okay. If one person keeps on hitting another person, obviously at some point of time, he will be weak and he will collapse, right? This is what happens in DOS. Hacker computer will keep on sending packets. At some point of time, the server cannot handle that many load, so it will go down. Okay, as simple as that, isn't it? This is how DOS works on, in a very lame example. Now, identifying DOS and DDoS is a very simple example. Let's say if one person is hitting one person, that's basically DOS. If multiple people are hitting one person, that is DDoS. DOS, denial of service, and DDoS is basically called as distributed denial of service, where the attack is being distributed across multiple people against a single server. So in reality, how this happens? As I said, hackers will compromise people's computer and they will make them as a slave, as bots. So this is what they use majorly. What people do in terms of bot is they will compromise various computer. Let's say example, a hacker is compromising 100 computers, and even then you will send an instruction to all those 100 computers to send their traffic across one server. So this is how DDoS is carried out. So DOS is where one hacker will send his traffic to the victim computer to compromise to create a DOS. DDoS is where hacker will distribute his attack. So basically, he will send instruction to his previously compromised machines to hack to send the bandwidth to the victim. So this distributed denial of service is you're sending attacks from multiple computers, and DOS is where hacker is sending packets from only one computer. Yeah. I think the website that you have shared to check phishing attacks works on short URL, like starting with or not. Okay. So again, I think this was the same query. I think it was a continuation of the query. Okay, what is the procedure to install Linux onto Oracle VirtualBox? It's a very simple part. So you can download Linux into virtual instance. So let me give you another link. So I think I've shared you this hyperlink in your what's it called in the overall agenda. So in case you have missed, no problem. You can check this link. I'll share this link onto your chat. So what you can do is you can go to this link, and there are tools, complete set of tools that you require to set up your own hacking labs. You can go to this link, Kali, and here you have both ISA image, the one which you need to install as a base operating system. You have virtual image. So click on virtual image. It will redirect to Linux virtual image, and from there you can download whether you want to use VirtualBox or VMware. You can download the images from here, and then just double click it. It will automatically get open in your Linux, so in your VirtualBox. It's as simple as that. Okay. Now query, I have to download 8 GB data set. I have link, but I'm afraid that if that may have virus. But now, how can I be sure that this data set is having no malware? That's one of the tedious job. I hope you are trying to download a word list, because a lot of people use data set is nothing but a word list. Nevertheless, but still, try to download it from official channels. That is, there are a lot of websites that are giving you word list. So the one which I suggest is I've been on. So if you're really searching for word list, in that case, this website database is a pretty good database which contains the official, not technically not official, but it gives you a cleaned password word list if you're really looking for password word list. Apart from password word list, if you're looking for a really good or like a real way how to identify malicious thing from a given link, in that case, there are two things that you can do. That is either download the tool and run an antivirus and do it. That's one way. Second thing is you need to check the reputation of that particular website. Like when I say reputation of website, you can use veristotal.com, or there's a website called myip.ms. This is another website where you can use to identify the reputation of a website. When I say reputation, that means we can easily identify whether this website shares you malwares or it is a legitimate website. Those kind of information you can find in myip.ms. In case if your website is being if it's saying malware website, in that case you'll find the IP is. So what you need to do is you need to put their URL over here. Click on whois, and it will give you the list of the person's details, and thereby, if it is malware sharing website, it will be say that's blacklisted, or you will get the comments in the below section. Okay. How to check if any malware is installed into mobile devices? Similarly, as I said, in mobile devices, you can follow similar steps, but we will not have task manager into it. The first step of identifying this via antivirus, you can use that. Second step is there are tools to check your traffic in mobile devices. You can use that one. You can stop. You can track your network statistics. That is your packet flow that you can track in mobile phone by using some tools like Netstat or Netstat. Yeah, Netstat you can use, and you can track their IP address logs. From there, you can identify it. I'm afraid that we cannot cover that in this current session because it will take a lot of different kind of a lab setup and a bit more time consuming. That's the reason I will not be able to see this. But regarding security, you can kind of check that via network logs. Along with that, you can use antivirus. Also, how to download this if getting crashed again and again by download. I'm not able to find out how do I get in. I mean, what was the particular context? So if you're trying to download an 8 GB file, it's better to use some download managers. Obviously, those will be able to give you help on this particular thing. Actually, which tool can be used to handle DOS and phishing attack? If you're asking in terms of defense purpose, it's pretty hectic to identify a one-term solution for both DOS and phishing attack. But if you're asking about offensive ways, for DOS, you can use any packet crafting tool like HPing3, or there's something called HOIC or LOIC that you can use. In terms of phishing attacks, there's a very good tool called SE Toolkit. You can use that one, or yeah, you can typically use SE Toolkit for that purpose, or typically you can develop your own web page and share it across that particular thing. Okay, that's great. So I hope all the queries are pretty much clear so far. In case if you have any queries, please mention the queries in the chat, guys. Clear? So I hope all the queries were clarified so far. So let's go forward.
So excuse me, can I have a few clarifications, sir?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
So you were talking about Facebook pages, like once there are a lot of fake pages. Now my question is like, I would give the URL as www.facebook.com.
Okay.
But how is this actual URL takes me to a fake page? As such, like it has to take me to an original page.
Yeah.
Now, how is the hackers able to break through the original URL so that they can project me a fake page?
Okay, so first of all, this phishing links or sending towards a fake page does not happen based on the use. I mean, it does not happen. You go to the official page. When you go to the official page, they will not redirect you. There are two ways how this can be happen. One, either someone is sending you a fake email or sending you a message over WhatsApp that click on this particular link, or your Facebook account was deactivated, or some XYZ thing happened on your Facebook. So kindly click on this link to confirm your existence, or it was you. So phishing always happens in such a way that they will send you a link, or hacker will send you a link. You clicked on that particular link, and you will be redirected to the fake page. So nowhere, it's almost like 99% of the time, it never happens that when you type URL, the redirection does not happen in that cases. The redirection happens, or the process of taking you to the fake web page not happens when you type a URL. It happens when you click on the hyperlink sent by someone else. Yep. So they will send you a fake page and you clicked on it, then it goes to the, that's how the phishing generally happen. But still there is one way, as you said, there's a possibility that if some hacker has compromised your router, or if some hacker has compromised your DNS file. So basically there's a mechanism in your system, in your router, in your DNSs, where we already know that computer does not understand URLs, it only understands IP address. So in a DNS, you'll be having mechanism to redirect Facebook to its official page, let's say 172.17.52.9, for example. So let's say if this is an official page of Facebook, in that case, what I'll do is I'll first compromise your router or your system, and then I will manipulate this to something like, let's say 192.168.43.72. Okay. So now what happens is this entry is made on your DNS server or your DNS file. What happens is when you type facebook.com, instead of redirecting to the official Facebook website, in this case, it will redirect to the fake web page. When, in cases where the hacker has compromised your DNS server and he has manipulated the DNS entry for the given URL, and he has mentioned a particular IP address. In these cases, it will be redirected. Apart from this, phishing always happens in such cases where hacker is sending you a URL and you have clicked on the URL. I hope that's clear.
Okay. Sir, one more question. Can you please list out the vulnerabilities if I'm using my ATM card on a Wi-Fi network?
Sorry, I missed the part. Can you come again? Can you list to what?
No. Can you list me what are all the vulnerabilities if I use my ATM card on an open Wi-Fi network? I just want to know the actual mechanism, working mechanism.
Okay.
How would my credentials be stolen and stolen?
Okay, so got it. But it would not be a vulnerability, because vulnerability is where you have a loophole in a system. But in this case, it is not a loophole because it's completely about how data is transferred. As I said, this scenario which you're mentioning about is basically comes under where in the man-in-the-middle attack scenario, where you are a part of some public network and you're using your private data. It could be your credentials, it could be your ATM card or debit card, whatever it is. So what technically happens is when your packet goes to internet, so let me use MS Paint so that you can clearly understand this. Okay, so assume that this is your mobile phone, okay, and this is your network, Okay, so all packets from your network to the internet, assuming this is, obviously I'm bad in drawing, so please bear with me. So assuming this is the internet, okay, so always remember all the packets going from your computer to the internet, it always goes through for something called gateway, or yeah, it's basically called as gateway, but technically a lot of people use router as a default gateway. Okay, so gateway is something like your main gate in a system. Okay, main gate in your office or your house, right? So what happens when you use something in a public network? So whatever you're accessing on the internet, so all your packets goes from here to default gateway, and from gateway it goes to internet. So what happens if I place some recorder over here? Okay, so what happens? Each and every packet that is going to internet, obviously it has to go to you, go through gateway only. So if I keep a software, basically it's called a sniffer. So if I use a sniffer or any packet analyzer tool in this particular place, or if I keep on recording each and every data that is going to and coming inside from my gateway, obviously I can be able to steal those data, and that's how I can be able to steal your credentials and your debit card, CVV, and those things. Okay, hope this is pretty much clear.
Okay. So one more. Just
yeah.
One more.
Yes,
like WhatsApp claims like there is end-to-end encryption. So is it that WhatsApp communication is really safer?
It's very safer because even when we were trying to have undergone about this curiosity, even we had this curiosity about how this communication is safer or not. But yes, it is pretty much safer. WhatsApp uses something called asymmetric encryption. That is, it uses two keys. Obviously, asymmetric encryption uses two keys. One for encryption and one for encryption and one for decryption. So when you make a communication to your friend, obviously you require the key on your system. You require a friend's key to encrypt your data. And when your friend is able to decrypt your data, if he wants to decrypt your data, whatever you're sending, he will have to again decrypt it with a key which is located on a system files. So that's the reason why it is pretty much secure in the transit. Which when I say it's in transit, so if you're sending data from this end to this end, so data cannot be tampered or viewable at this end. Here you cannot steal the data. The only place where you can steal the data is either by compromising this computer or compromising this computer. Okay, so this is what it says end-to-end encryption. So okay.
Yes, sir. So you were talking about SQL injection.
Yes.
And few data that has been stored in the database, let that be bank details or academic details or whatever. Now, in general, any databases are highly protected. Now, anybody who is trying to do an SQL injection, how would they be able to break these credentials and do an SQL injection? Because it's something to deal with the backend of my software. So almost all the databases are protected.
So it depends. So when you say something is protected, it depends upon how you handle it, right? So in our daily life, so one of the common things that I face is whenever we go. So I'm as a full-time employee, I'm a pen tester. My job is to identify similar kind of vulnerabilities. So whenever we go to a developer, whenever he's explaining the process while building up an application or any software, the first thing he says that this is a security mechanism that we've implemented. It is very well protected. Why it's protected? Because Google says it's protected, it does not become protected. It depends upon how you handle those security things, right? So I'm not saying that each and everything is hackable or each and everything is vulnerable. It's not like that. It depends upon how well you configure your security parameters, right? So let me give you a very simple example. So there's something called SNMP, right? So SNMP is a protocol which is used for transferring network details. So when in the early stage they brought it as open, so that means anyone can access it. So they can use it without any encryption. Later, in version 2, they brought some encryption where you have a liberty of setting up a password. But what was a password? There are only two combinations. Either you could use public as a password, or you could use private as a password. Now, to understand the developer's perspective, from his perspective, it is protected. Why? Because previously it was not without any password. Now it has password. Right? From his perspective, it's protected. But if you think from a security person's perspective, obviously it is still vulnerable. Why? If a user come to know what was the password, obviously it can be hacked, isn't it? Because there are only two combinations of passwords, isn't it? So the same thing happens in database as well. So the root cause, so what people tend to do in SQL injection or in most of the hacks is they try to understand the vulnerability and they'll try to remediate the vulnerability in the mid level. So if there's a fire at the basement of a house, and if you're only trying to exhaust a fire at the first floor of your house, obviously the other part of the house will be burning it, isn't it? Which means you have to always remediate or fix your bugs in the root cause. You have to understand the root cause of the vulnerability and you have to fix it. By increasing the credentials or by adding credentials, you cannot keep your database secure. The root cause of SQL injection is because your SQL queries, or even in NoSQL injection, your queries are not handled properly. That is the reason why SQL injection happens. Now, if you're still handling queries in an unsecured way, but you're saying that you're keeping a whitelisting of IP address, or if you're adding a particular credentials when each query is executed, obviously that does not serve the purpose of the remediation. So the point here is basically whenever you're fixing a vulnerability or a bug, you have to always fix it from the root cause. First, you need to understand the root cause and you have to patch at the root cause. Only then that vulnerability can be completely fixed. I hope that's clear. Okay, so hope that was pretty much clear. I hope. Okay, let's go forward in that case. Okay. Can you, okay, please mute your videos. Okay, I think that's pretty much clear. So let's go forward. Can you demonstrate one live example for phishing attack? That's the reason I think I was using Linux as my another computer, but unfortunately that went off. So just give me a few minutes. Let me turn on my other laptop machine. So I'll be able to do this because so the reason why we had this audio issue previously, I was trying to connect it via my lab machine. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. So what I'll do is I'll connect it to my lab machine and I'll demonstrate it. So we'll wait for a while, another few minutes while the laptop goes on, and then I'll be able to perform the live attack on phishing. So it will be a very blunt and a basic example of performing a phishing attack. Okay, but just give me a few minutes. I'll be able to set up the lab for that purpose. Another query: SL certificates are enough that the consent URL is not fake. Yes, to some extent, yes, you can specify, you can identify whether the web page is secure or whether it's original or fake using SL certificate, because that will typically tell you that who is the owner of a certificate by clicking over here in the details part. So issuer, what is it? Details, from the details you can easily identify who was the right owner of this. Okay, subject and those details. That's pretty much right, but to an extent. But still, people can purchase certificates from a pretty good CA vendor. So that can be bypassed to some extent. Another query: is it possible to check whether the URL or hyperlink is fake or not without clicking on it? Okay, so if it is a shortened URL, it would be pretty hectic, because obviously shortened URL, unless until you hit it, you never know which is the exact URL. But if it is not shortened URL, obviously you can go to virusreport.com or sitereport.netcraft.com. There you can easily find out. So it is going on. It would go on. It would do the purpose. To serve the purpose. HTTPS website is secure. Yes, to some extent, yes, because a lot of people. I mean, the word S in HTTPS clearly mentioned it's secured, but the only way the portraying of HTTPS is done in such a way that it looks secure. But technically what happens in HTTPS is that, as I said, we have 3 layers of data state, right? So HTTPS is a method, or is a security like a configuration where it will try to keep your the data secured while data at transit. So when your data is exchanged from your computer to your friend's computer, your data will be secured in the medium. That's what HTTPS will look like. So HTTPS will only make sure that when data is communicated between the website and the client, that time it is secure. Apart from that, website will not be secure. Website completely depends upon how the web page has been developed, how the server is handled. HTTPS will only secure your data at transit, nothing else. Card cloning is also under a cyber attack. Yes, card cloning is under cyber attack, but unfortunately in India it's pretty hectic because we have two-factor of authentication in cards. That is nothing but your OTP. But in a lot of other countries, your card cloning is not basically it's not that efficient in terms of creating security net. But just let me give you an idea what is card cloning. So what happens in your debit card or credit card? The black strip that you see on your card is nothing but a magnetic code. So when you see, that when this card is swiped across any other magnetic code reading devices, the code can be easily copied, right? So that is the process of copying the magnetic strip or magnetic code of your card is basically called as card cloning, right? So this is in other words, they also call it as carding as well. So that's also a part of cyber attack, but it's not only in India. It's not that effective because here in India, even though your card is swiped, you have to again put OTPs or the PIN numbers in order to transact your charges. But in other countries, it does not. There's a reason why it's not much famous across different countries, but less effective on India. So these are another reason why Indian RBI bought the chip, because again, chip is also a SIM card reader. But it's to an extent, this is not that much known to other people. So unless until this technology is known and understood, it's pretty less possible of performing card cloning. And that's the reason why this chip reader in the ATM card came into existence. Now, query, which encryption algorithm is used by WhatsApp in idea? They're using asymmetric encryption. That's a broader category. Obviously, even I have not gone that deeper about which exact algorithm they're using. But the category they're using asymmetric encryption. That's what the idea I have. But frankly speaking, what exact RSA or whatever algorithm they're using, I'm not pretty much exactly sure to the exact algorithm. But in terms of category, they're using asymmetric encryption to perform to their end-to-end encryption. WhatsApp clone is attack, how to protect it. So basically WhatsApp clone, I think you're talking about the cloning your chats. The clone of the chats can only happen. So what happens is your WhatsApp stores your data into a database. WhatsApp does not have a database on internet. So all the data so WhatsApp completely keeps your data and on your accessibility on your within the headache of your mobile phone. So your WhatsApp database, your permissions, everything is stored on your mobile phone SD card, right? So even your certificate is also cloud. So your certificates and the keys are also stored in your mobile phone. So that possible that if your phone is rooted and if I'm able to steal your key along with the database, in that case, I can open the database and I can see all your WhatsApp chat. So that's basically what this WhatsApp clone is. So protect it again. Make sure your files or your file system is not accessible by any hacker. Second thing, make sure your phone is not rooted. So if your phone is not rooted, there are very less possibility that you can steal your root key. If you do not have root key, you will not be able to see the data. So make sure your phone is not rooted, and make sure your file system is not accessible to anyone else. That means avoid connecting your phone to someone's laptop or desktop via USB cable, and stop installing unnecessary applications that you do not trust. Always download application from official mediums like Play Store, App Store, something like that. That should protect your WhatsApp from being cloned or any other mobile-related attacks. And I have seen mails where a message comes. They're saying that don't open this mail. Similar mails are used to steal information. Don't open any attachment or URL share. What does this indicate? This clearly indicates that it's a spam mail. Along with that, this very commonly happens if your email ID is created across the internet. So you will generally get this mail. That's the reason, because someone is trying to do spamming, and along with spamming, they are trying to send you fake phishing. Basically, they're sending you phishing links. So you can click on that link, and through that link, it will be directing you to any other pages. There's also a possibility that they might be sharing you malwares this way as well. So obviously, when you're downloading any exe file, or when you're downloading any document file which has macros on it, or any other files, please be aware of it from the mail that says these kind of words. Okay. Hope this is pretty much clear. I hope all the queries asked so far is pretty much clear, guys. Okay. Great. So let's go forward. Ma'am, just a normal question, Aparna ma'am. Can we continue, or do we have a break? I mean, should we take a break? Because generally, different sessions they take a break for 5-10 minutes when you have 4-hour session.
Generally, I think here because all the sessions are lined up continuously, sir, and 4:45 we have another session by I think Mr. Sunil.
Okay. Dilip sir, Sunil is going to take this, or?
Yeah, Bharat, we'll end this session by 4:45, and then Sunil will take over the next session as shared in the agenda with you. So, considering 4:45, let's not take any break now. So
Okay.
you can end your session by 4:45 for today.
Sure, okay, okay, I'm perfect. That's perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, yeah, let's continue in that case. So yes, I'll cover a few of the methodologies regarding pen testing in the meanwhile. Okay, so this technically speaking, it's exactly not pen testing, but it's the way how pen testing is generally carried out. Okay, so we understood about various topics. We understood about cybersecurity threats. We understood about how various aware attacks is in a broader perspective. We understood about how cybersecurity threats are performed, how attacks in a different context, how they work, what are the common attacks, and what are the methodologies that goes on to this, right? So let's go one step forward and let us see how hacking is done. If you see the overall, like a broad agenda for the overall session, in that case, we are going to be learning about various attacking scenarios. We'll be learning a few more things about how hacking is done in various domains that we have lined up in the overall case. So if you want to understand the overall process list, so you first need to understand how hacking is actually done, right? So hacking is obviously not a magic. So a lot of people come into this assumption that hacking is something like a magic, where you can just go and plug in your LAN cable and just type a few combination of keys, and voila, your website is, or some computer is hacked. So hacking does not happen that way. Frankly speaking, hacking is a kind of a systematical process. So it requires a step-by-step phases where it will perform certain operations and so on. Okay, so let us see such type of process. So let us understand the phases, and after that, as requested again, I'll discuss about, I'll demonstrate one of the attack called phishing attack, a very simple and straightforward example. I compare that, and from that I'll be concluding today's session. Okay, so let's see what are the different phases of a hacker. Okay, so we can generally relate a hacking, because the reason why I'm saying of this the phases is because the overall hack, or in generic cases, if you take any hacker or any typically any hacker, irrespective of whatever knowledge he is, whatever knowledge he has, and whichever domain he is performing the hacking is, whichever tool he is using, whatever he is using, he may go and he may use whatever tool he wants. But at the end of the day, the basic concepts or the basic flow, whatever he performs, it is the exact same process in the generic context, right? So let us understand what is this generic context, so that we can clearly and more efficiently perform or practice our hacking skills. Okay, just for the easy case, I'm just comparing hacking into hacking process into a very simple robbing process. Okay, very often we can compare a robber to a hacker. That's because even if you remember that I've also used the same example in the earlier case while explaining what hacking is, right? Like I showed about the stealing money, isn't it? So the reason why it's very easy for you to compare a hacker and a robber is because the intention of a hacker is obviously going and stealing data. Similarly, the intention of a robber is to steal money. The person who robs money, his intention is to steal money, and the place where you get more money, or the place where the money is kept, is a bank. You can easily relate this with particularly a system, digital world. A hacker is a person who steals data. The place where you have more data, or the place where you have data, is your computer or a server. Okay, as simple as that. So let us understand this basis just by understanding in layman terms how hacking is then carried out, by understanding how robbing activity is done. Okay, just for a couple of minutes, let's assume ourselves as a robber. Okay, obviously we're not professional robbers, but let us try to portray ourselves as a robber. Okay, so let's assume that you want to steal a bank. Okay, just assume. Let's just assume. Do not do the task. Okay, so let's assume that I want to hack some XYZ bank. Okay, so what is the first task that we do actually? Right, the very first task that if you want to rob a bank, what we do is try to get some information about the bank. Right, we'll try to find out where physically that bank is located, like who owns the bank, how much money they have kept, and majorly speaking, we'll try to find out how many doors do they have, what are the places through which I can enter into the bank, what are the places where I can get outside of the bank, how many security guards are located over there, what type of logs they have entered, what their walls they have kept, and how much money they have kept, how many employees are working, what are their operational hours, all those things, right? Isn't it? Exactly, that's how we do in a digital world, is that we will try to capture as much as information as possible regarding our target. But when comparing to our robbing activity, we may not go behind and collect how many security guards over there, but still we'll try to find something in similar to that case. That is, we will try to find out that how many entry points are there in the system, and what are the security mechanisms that they have kept, what is the operating system that your target is using, and how many usernames are there over there, how many ports are running, what services are running, do they have any known vulnerabilities. So all this type of information. So the first phase when you're planning to hack a computer is that we will try to collect various different categories of various different kinds of information from the attacker, so that we can have a clear picture, or we can craft a blueprint of our victim computer. So the first step is always trying to gather as much as information as possible regarding our target. Okay, so even our model structure and even how this overall session is placed would be in similar cases. We'll try to find out how to see information, whatever information is required to identify an attack, to perform an attack, all those things that we'll be covering in the upcoming sessions. But yes, the very first step that we always do is information gathering. Okay, so around 70% of your overall time would always be invested in information gathering. That's the reason, because the more amount of information you have, the more probability and the more success rate you have in compromising that particular mission. As simple as that. So hope the information gathering phase is clear. Let's go for the next phase. So let's come back. Let's switch back as a robber. So once a robber has a complete blueprint of our target bank, what does it do next? So next, what he'll do is he will plan, and he will try to he will try to find some loophole and try to enter into the bank. Okay, so for example, let's say there was a small chimney kind of a thing, or some tunnel, or some other different ways of getting inside the bank. So what he will next do, once he has enough information, next step that he will carry out is he will try to enter into the bank. Okay, so you just entering into the bank's premises. Okay, so that's what we do even in our computers as well. So we will try to gain access, at least a low privileged access on a victim computer. So what I mean when I say it's a low privileged access, which means we will try to at least gain a command access with a normal user privileges on the victim machine. Which means once a hacker has enough information about your target, like what ports are open, what ports are closed, what services are running, what vulnerabilities do they have, all those information, after gathering those things, he will go and try to get a limited access, at least a command access on the victim machine. Okay, so now assuming that we have a command access on the victim computer, and assuming that we are inside the bank premises. So once if you're just inside the bank premises, obviously it's not possible to steal the money, isn't it? Because bank do not keep the money in the entrance of the bank, isn't it? They are kept securely inside the vault. So what we need to do is we need to get to the vault and we have to break the vault lock and we have to enter into the vault so that we can steal the money, isn't it? So the only person in the bank who can open the lock is your authorized people. So which means here we need to gain the authorization, right? So what a robber will do here? So robber will try to break the lock or use the duplicate keys by compromising or by either by paying some extra money, paying some money to the manager or the security guard or the watchman and getting the duplicate keys. So like that, he will pay a bribe or something like that. He will try to get this access or he will try to break the vault, isn't it? Exactly the same way what we do here. In banks, we have different levels of vault or different level of authorization. In terms of computer, we have different levels of privileges. So what do you mean by privileges? So in systems, if you observe, there are different levels or of access level. For example, in Windows, you have guest user, right? And slightly above that is your standard user. Slightly above that is your administrator. Okay. So in systems, you have guest user access where he has very limited permissions to every app and every location. Similarly, standard user has a bit more privileges than guest user, where he can read things, he can write on his own folder level, but he cannot install or uninstall applications or make some manipulations to system level files, where only administrator can do that, isn't it? So we're coming to Unix based machines. You have similar cases. You have guest user, and then you have a user, and then you have a root permissions. Okay? So root is the highest privileges, guest has lowest privileges, and user have a mid-level privileges. Okay? So these are the different levels. These are the different access levels in your particular systems. Right? So the privilege escalation is a process where if you have gained access as a guest user, this is a process where you escalate your privileges to become a standard user. If you're a standard user, you'll try to escalate your privileges to become administrator user. Now, why do you want to become administrator user? Because if and only if you are an administrator, only then you can do anything and everything, or else you cannot do those tasks, isn't it? So privilege escalation is a process where you escalate your access level from a normal privilege levels to administrative privilege levels. Here, so what we do, let me again summarize all the things that we have created. First, we'll try to capture as much as information as possible regarding our victim. Then we'll utilize the information that we have and we'll try to gain a low privilege access on the victim machine. Okay, and then we will try to escalate our low privileged data and try to become an administrator user. Okay, so what happens next? So once if you have created if you have already gained access on the victim machine and you have enough data, you have already been administrator, what do we do next? To answer that particular query, let us go back to the bank example. So once you're inside a vault and take the money, what do you do next? If you have successfully stolen the money, obviously, next step would be obviously that you will wipe out all the logs, all the footprints, all the evidences, and try to escape from the premises in a safe fashion, right? So you will do that even here as well. So something called clearing footprints, the process in which you will try to wipe out the entire logs that you have created. Right? That is the fifth step. But what do we do after that? Once you stole the money, once you have stolen the money, so we'll go and spend the money, isn't it? Now we are not stockbrokers or we are not bankers where we'll go and save the money and we'll set up a business. It's not like that, right? We are professional robbers, right? Artists for this example. So now these robbers will not invest money on share market or put it some business so that it can earn, right? They will just utilize their money and spend and enjoy as much as you want. So even what happens after that? So after a year or after some days, the money gets exhausted. Then obviously you will have to rob another bank, which means you will have to again do information gathering, isn't it? You'll again have to do exploitation. You'll again have to do privilege escalation to gain the entire thing, where it would consume him with a more amount of money, time, and a couple of other investment as well, right? So what we can do in order to prevent this is that the right moment on which he was present on the vault, that time itself, you will create another backdoor entry directly into the vault or into the bank, so that he can come into the bank at any time that he wants, steal the money, take the money that he wants, and he can leave as easy as he came in. So the next phase would be creating another backdoor on the victim machine, so that whenever he wants, he can directly come in and take the money and go again as easily as he came in. The first step would be creating backdoor, where a hacker would basically do what he does is he will plant a backdoor on the victim machine. Okay, so he will plant a backdoor on the victim machine, and after planting a backdoor on the victim machine, he will make sure that the backdoor is only allowing the hacker computer. So this way, so what he does is whenever he wants, he can directly interact, he can directly connect to the attacker machine, and then he will take whatever data he wants, and he can live as easy as he came in. Okay, so let me completely explain this entire 5 phases of hacking in a technical fashion. So typically when a hacker tries to hack a particular computer, the very first step that he does is capturing as much as information as possible regarding the target machine. Okay, so once he captures enough amount of information, then he will assess those collected information, and he'll try to exploit or gain at least a low privileged access on the on the victim machine. Clear? So once he has at least a low privileged access, then he will perform privilege escalation, where his aim would be to escalate his privileges from a guest user to administrator user, or in terms of Unix, from a guest user to a root user. Clear? Next comes creating backdoor, where attacker is trying, once after compromising the machine, he'll try to keep the victim machine under the control of attacker machine, so that even in future, if you want to come back again and steal data, you can easily do it. Clear? And next comes the last step is obviously every hacker would not like to be being identified. So hence, obviously, he will try to clear those footprints. Yeah. So these are the overall phase of hacking is. So almost every attack or every attack that we do on hacking would obviously follow this procedure, irrespective of whatever knowledge of whatever hacking skills or knowledge he has. Pretty much we work on this case itself. Okay. So hope it's pretty much clear. So please let me know if you have any queries. So there are a couple of questions regarding attendance. I think that'll be clarified. So that's it of plan for this particular thing. So let me again let's discuss about the lab that was asked regarding phishing. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to be initially speaking, I thought of performing the overall session based on my Kali Linux lab mission. But unfortunately, my mission gave me issues in the early case. That's the reason I'm using Windows computer to perform screen sharing. So let me show you what I'm doing here. So I have a simple lab setup in this case. So let me show you the lab setup just to give you a hint how this, so that you don't get confused. So I'm using 2 different laptops here. Windows 10, which is used for screen sharing purpose, which is only used for screen sharing. My other laptop contains Kali Linux as a base operating system. Upon that, I have installed VirtualBox for my upon which I'll be running some vulnerable applications which I'll be using for future classes. So, but just understand whatever Kali Linux command that I run, that I'll be running it on a different computer. So to interact with that computer, I'll use SSH. So SSH is basically a remote, command, no, remote controlled service, so that I can control my other computer using commands using this service. Clear? So whatever attack I'm going to do, I'll be running those commands on Kali Linux, which is present in my different laptop. Now the way how I can connect from my Windows machine to Kali Linux machine is through SSH. Okay, so hence, since Windows machine does not come up with SSH clients, so hence I'll be using PuTTY for that purpose. Okay, so in case if you have confusion anywhere, please let me know that, or if you have any queries, please let me know that in the chat box. In the chat part, I'll be answering your queries on the particular after completing this particular explanation. Okay, so what I'm showing here is basically a pretty lame or a very simple ways of phishing. Okay, it's a very simple way of phishing. So I'm using a default tools that is available on internet. So on Kali Linux, a very simple tool which comes by default in it. So there is no kind of fancy stuff that I'm doing here, and I'll be using a zero knowledge on web development. So if you're building up your own web page, it can be more targeted and it can be more efficient. So I'm just using a simple part here. So let me show it. So the tool that I'm using to perform phishing would be SE toolkit. So let me type the commands over here. Phishing commands. So the tool that I'm going to be using here is SE toolkit. This comes pre-installed in Kali Linux. Command that you need to do is basically SE toolkit. I hope the screen is pretty much visible and the font is visible for everyone. In case you feel any disruptions in the font or the color, please let me know that. Very simple task, just putting SE toolkit. So before that, let me give you some tasks. Target website. You can pretty much do this on any website. Let me take a testing website for this. This is a dummy website which is used for testing your or practicing hacking skills. So I'm going to be using this website. You can pretty much use any website, literally any website. There's no problem in it. But you just need to open the login page. So if you give a normal page, it does not work. You need to give the login page. So always you're creating a fake web page of a login page, isn't it? Your intention in phishing is to steal credentials, and the place where you present the credentials is the login page, isn't it? Okay, so we are trying to create a fake web page. Next word of this, you have seen that the official page looks like this, testfire.net. Okay, the official page. Okay, and I'm going to create the fake web page of this. Clear? I hope the context is pretty much clear. So what we're going to do is we are going to create a fake web page of this particular page, and after creating a fake web page, we are going to send our own link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the page, host it on my own computer, and send my link to the victim. As soon as the victim clicks on that particular link, he'll be redirected to my fake web page, which looks identical to the original web page. So that when a victim enters his credentials on my web page, so that I will be able to get that credentials. As simple as that. This is how phishing works. Clear? And guys, at any point of time, if you have any queries, please mention the queries in the chat box. Okay, so I'll hit SE toolkit, hit an enter. This will take me inside SE toolkit. It's a pretty simple and straightforward tool. All I have to do is just so once inside your SE toolkit is basically SE toolkit stands for Social Engineering Toolkit. It is used to perform various attacks on social engineering. So here we are trying to steal credentials via phishing attack. For this, hit 1 to select social engineering attacks. And now we are trying to create a fake web page, hence type 2, hit enter. Here we are trying to steal credentials, hence 3 over here, which means the command would go something like this. First we use SE toolkit, second we use 1, hit enter, second 2, hit enter, So 3, hit enter, and then it gives you whether you want to build your own web page or you want to clone a real world web page and I'm going to create it. So here in this case, I'm not going to create a new web page. I'm going to clone the web page, which means here you have to provide the web page you want to clone. In this case, this web page. I'll copy this web page and paste it over here. Okay, paste it twice. Okay, so my mistake. I have to hit 2 here. My mistake. 2, and then I have to paste the on the. This is asking me where I should host the website. Sorry for that. So in this case, I have to put 2, and here I have to put the IP address of the attacker machine. Here. So I have to put the IP address of the attacker machine. In this case, it is already picking up my IP address, which is 192.168.43.7. It is my internal IP address. Obviously, I'm behind NAT, so it is telling me whether to post it on my same IP address or any other IP address. I'm going to hit it on the same IP address. So you can either hit on enter or you can type the same or hit enter. Next, it will be asking which is the URL and that you need to be cloned. Okay, just right click. Mistake, let me copy the URL again. URL. Okay, I have to provide the URL, which means after this I need to provide. You need to provide the URL to be cloned. Okay, so what I did, I opened up SE Toolkit, the command, then I typed 1, enter, then 2, enter, then 3, enter, then again 2, enter, and then I provided the IP address of the attacker machine, and then I provide the URL to be cloned. Okay, let me again put here as well. So this would be something like social, if I'm missing anything, social engineering. Website attack vectors, and your credential harvester method. Okay, and here you have site cloner. Perfect. So once this is done, that's pretty much enough that you need to do. What have already been done is we have provided the IP address on which the URL has to be cloned, and we've already provided the URL to be cloned. Which means what the SE Toolkit has already done is that it has already copied or cloned that particular URL, and it is already hosted on my machine, which means on my IP address. That is on this IP address. So what I need to do now? The only thing that I need to do now is I have to send this IP address to my victim. That's it. Okay. So what I can do is I can open up some Bitly. So let me put bit.ly. But you can use URL shortener. And sorry, my mistake. Shorten links. This is shorten links. Let me put http://192.168.43.7. You can, for verification purpose, you can just open that URL and try. See, it is looking exactly like the original page. You can compare this with the original page. It looks exactly like a original page. It's exactly identical to the original page. The only difference is in the URL bar, here you're seeing testfire.net, but here you're seeing the IP address. So let me shorten this with the URL. You can shorten. This is my URL. I've copied this and let me send it to my victim. For this purpose, I'm using Firefox as my victim, just for an idea. So this is where the actual backbone of the attack works. So here you have to convince the user to click your link. So you have as an attacker, you have to host it on your site. Then you have to send it to the victim, and you have to convince the victim to click on the particular link. Let's say this is my victim. can see it is automatically redirecting me to the attacker. Here I'll just type my credentials. So hope I'm a regular user and just type admin and admin as username and password, or let me put J Smith and demo at 1, 2, 3. So it's a registry website, so hence I know the credentials. Oops, I entered the wrong one. So I hit the right one. Oops, my mistake, not this one. It's official website. I can see if as soon as I type the right credentials, as soon as I type the wrong credentials, you can see it will automatically redirect me back to the to my original website. Just see over here, you can see as soon as I click on login, it will automatically redirect me to the original page, right? So what happens here is, since it is redirecting me again to the same web page, as a user, you may think that, okay, I might have entered the wrong credential for the first time. So this it may look like an obvious error. But what happens in the background? Let me show you guys. To go back to the victim machine, here you can go back to the attacker machine. Here you can clearly see what was the IP address of the victim that hit my URL, and what was the credential that he sent. So you have observed that I have sent twice with this user password. Second time you use this user password. Okay, so this is a very simple way, without any programming, without any web hosting. It's a very simple way of capturing the credentials. A simple way of phishing. Now we can make it more effective by purchasing your own domain, and setting up all these files in that particular domain. Clear, guys? Hope that was clear. So please let me know if you have any query. Okay, there are a couple of answers. Okay. Here I'm using classic private IP address as you're working in the same domain to show the demo, I think. Yes, exactly. So obviously I'm using it's a very simplest format of your example. So I'm having a very simplest and a very, I would say, very lame set of lab example. So just for easy ease of understanding, and people can also practice this in a very simple way. That's the reason it is kept in a simplest fashion. I'm not going to make it complex by putting it on a domain name or all those things. But yes, if you have its own domain name, you can make it much more effective and much more interactive with the user. Okay, guys, any queries from the things that I've discussed? So just let me summarize the things that we have discussed in the current session, so that if you have any queries, you can punch in the queries in the chat box. So what we discussed is this was the very first session. So that's the reason we did not have much practicals. We'll have a lot more interesting stuff, which more into technical stuff into next session. That's on tomorrow. So what we did is basically we understood what is cybersecurity, and we understood what is the root cause of it, that is hacking. We understood why hacking is required, what are the common tools, common attack vectors that we saw, and we also discussed about what are those common threats and what are the meaning, and how we also discussed about why they're possible, and in a generic case why it is done. Then we discussed about phases of hacking, how hacking is performed step by step, phase by phase, and we understood about the generic hacking methodology. Okay, so hope so far it was pretty much clear. We'll obviously we had discussed about phishing. So another request was from cryptography, that is encryptions, that we will be discussing in the next session or upcoming session. Okay, so it was pretty much. I hope it was pretty much clear, guys. Please let me know if you have any queries in session. Yes, thank you for that. And yes, if we have to send IP to someone that is phishing, how should we change the IP? In this, you can use the similar cases as I said. You can use you can use your URL shortener for that purpose, which will change this. Or the another way is you have to purchase a domain name. So what you can do is you can purchase a domain name and a domain. Yes, you can purchase a domain on like 500 or 600 rupees on Google. You can purchase a domain and you can link that particular domain to a particular IP address that will do your job. Okay, but obviously it will require some money in that. Okay, so hope so far it was pretty much clear. Any other queries, guys, regarding the session that we have discussed?
Participant, so we would request you to just respond if you are okay with the session pace, and if you have understood whatever Bharat has said, just give us 100 in the chat box. Or if you feel the pace is fast and you're not able to understand, then just give us a 50, so that it will be good for us to change the pace. We would request everyone to respond. Renuka ma'am, Gagan, so you're all responding 100. Okay, great. Aparna ma'am, you have any feedback?
Sir, it was really a very good session, sir. Very informative. I think today being the first session of day one, he has given overall,
Correct.
kind of bird's eye view, I would say. I think going further, he will be trying to give in more details from the next.
It will be more of hands-on session. Yeah, from tomorrow we'll start. Okay.
So I think if the next person is ready, we start.
Bharat, I also would request if you need any links to be shared for tomorrow's session, if any software that has to be installed, you can just quickly ping them on the chat box so that they will be prepared for tomorrow.
Yes, currently I don't require any specific things, but yes, I'll share I've shared one link, but let me share it again, so that they can download and install on it for the purpose of practicing things. Okay, so you can go to this link, download Kali Linux, and install it on your VirtualBox. That's enough.
Bharat sir, thank you so much for today's session, sir. It was very informative. I think all the participants also would agree with the same. I guess all of them most of them so I think that says it all.
Thank you, Bharat. So tomorrow we'll connect again at 2 o'clock. And I think Sunil has already joined.
Okay.
Bharat, if you're free, you can be there, or you can drop.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'll
Okay.
Thank you, man. Thank you for providing the opportunity.
Yeah. Sunil, you...
Yeah, hi Shreetar. Yeah, this is Sunil M here.
Sunil has joined.
Okay, just 2 minutes so that I can introduce Sunil to the audience. Dear participants, we have the next session by Mr. Sunil. Sunil has 15 years of experience in software testing with the specialization in security testing space. He has very rich experience in security testing lifecycle, starting from requirements to deliverables. Sunil also has experience in mentoring students across various universities and colleges. Sunil sir, we are very happy to have you with us as a resource person for one of the session here on cybersecurity. I welcome you, sir, on the behalf of the team from BMSIT. Welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thanks. Yeah. Good evening, all. So let me start my sharing my screen. So hope everyone are able to see the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. So how was the previous session? So what was the topic? Hello.
Yes, sir.
You can just present in the chat
box. Previous session, yeah, right. You all attended for the previous session. So how was the session? I'm asking you. Hello.
Yeah, they're responding in the chat box.
Okay. So then I'll make, actually instead of sharing the entire screen, I'll make to share this only. Just a minute. Able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So today's session mainly to talk about to understand mainly penetration testing. So introduction about penetration testing. So what what is penetration testing, and then why penetration testing is required, and what is the important nowadays considering current trends in the market, and also so when to perform, and what is the benefits over penetration testing. And then finally we can understand about the methodology, how penetration testing has to start, and what are the areas of life cycle you need to perform, and then at the end you'll be end up with sharing the report, and at the last you all can understand about the types of penetration testing. So moving on to the next slide. So basically here, so what is penetration testing? So you all know, I think generally functional testing. Are there any other testing you know? Any idea about that? Okay. Sridhar, only it's from their side, no was right?
Basically, participants, you can either unmute and answer if you know answers for the experts' questions, or you can just usually Sunil they respond in the chat box.
Okay, got it.
If they want to, they can even unmute and speak, sir. There is no issue.
Okay. Yeah. So mainly I wanted to have interactive session, because so one way means a few people may understood and few people may not understood. And if you have any doubts and any questions in the mind, please feel free to ask any questions. Don't keep it in the mind. And usually, so at the end of the session, you should have some takeaway. That is the intention here. So, so whenever, yeah.
Participants, you all can unmute and speak for any kind of queries, if you want any clarification, doubts. So it's left to you whether you want to have it in the chat window, or you can also unmute and speak. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. So basically, penetration testing is also known as pen test. So or could be ethical hacking. So any idea ethical hacking? Anybody in the team heard about ethical hacking? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it's good that one of the person replied that. Yeah. So yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. So basically, ethical hacking is nothing but company or any organization so knows that person you are conducting a security testing or pen testing. So that is what you called as ethical hacking. So unethical is nothing but you might be attacking or you might be conducting some penetration testing without knowing to the organization. There is no bound, means there is no MOU kind of agreement between the ethical hacker and the organization. That is where. So basically, ethical hacking means company will be knowing, and you will be try to conduct penetration testing to identify any issues, vulnerabilities. Here in the security testing, we'll call it as vulnerabilities. So vulnerabilities is nothing but a weakness of the application. So mainly, you might heard like vulnerability scanning, vulnerability assessment. So you might heard, right, in the previous session or somewhere you might heard. Any idea? No, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, basically, what is vulnerability scanning and vulnerability assessment? So vulnerability scanning is nothing but you might be aware some security tools. So automation IBM tools or Pursuit, there are plenty of tools available in the market. So those tool will conduct vulnerability scanning. Means if you have any of the application, you want to verify, you want to scan. Basically, it is nothing but you might have aware that antivirus in the system. So you will have an option. You can scan entire system, right? So similarly like that. So here vulnerability scanning is nothing but so you can scan only the application. Could be any of the developed application, could be mobile application, or any other business application, or could be website. So those part you can scan through tools, vulnerability tools. So there only the difference between vulnerability scanning and penetration testing. Mainly you all should understand. Vulnerability scanning in the sense tool, right? Tool means So usually developer means developer in the sense man-made tool. So what and all known vulnerabilities available in the current market, those to identify issues, those will be incorporated into the tool. The tool will scan entire application with respect to the known vulnerabilities. So that is what vulnerability scanning. So similarly, like antivirus only, antivirus also all known virus. So means throughout the world, which and all any new virus is there, that will be incorporated in the antivirus. It will scan if any virus found, it will detect and it quarantines, means it separates the for separate folder. Similarly, like this here also. So vulnerability scanning means all known vulnerabilities will be um, uh, available in the tool. So those will be executed, and if any vulnerability is available, is found in the application, it shows in the report. That is the difference. So vulnerability scanning is, that is what. Penetration testing is nothing but you means any new person, any ethical hacker or any security tester will conduct manually into the application. You will try to find any weakness in the application. So manually, not like scanning. So you might try to do any SQL injection, or you might try to do any takeover, means you remote login takeover of the entire system, or any data breaches, means stealing any of the data. So those kind of different vulnerabilities are there. You might know in the further sessions. So basically, what I'm trying to say between penetration testing and vulnerability scanning is different. Is vulnerability scanning mainly it uses tools. You can run using the tool. It scans entire system, and if any vulnerability found, it reports. Penetration testing means manually you will be doing. So you'll try to identify any security issues in the application. So manually the resource has to work. Resource has to identify the weakness in the application. Assessment is nothing but for the scanning, you will assessment. You will do assessment means basically if any false positive, means tool might have reported wrongly. So those part of issues you will assess that if it is really vulnerable, or it is not much impact. So those kind of segregation you will be doing the assessment. So this is what mainly difference between penetration testing and vulnerability scanning. So, and also in addition to that, I would like to say is it is an authorized simulated cyber attack. Means so you will be authorized before conducting any penetration testing. You have to take approvals from the respective organization, and then you can start conducting a penetration testing. Okay. So, yeah. And then basically you will be evaluating the entire system. Okay. So maybe screen wise or module wise or feature wise, or could be any payment flow, any wherever in the screen, if there is any attacking possibility in the application, in those areas you will try to exploit manually. So with the resource, that is what penetration testing. So any question you can post, you can ping me message. So okay. So this is what basically you all understood what is penetration testing. So manually you will be verifying the application, any vulnerability found in the application. That's what penetration testing. Okay, I'll move on to the next slide. So why? So why penetration testing is not? Why? What if penetration testing has not been conducted? What is going to problem? So that is what here. So basically the importance is so to identify weakness or vulnerabilities, both are same. So vulnerability is nothing but a weakness in the system. Okay. So we'll try to find out any weakness in the application, or could be network, or could be any endpoints. Endpoint means maybe it could be in the organization, any of the FTP folder, or any of the systems are exposed to the worldwide, exposed to the internet. So those are called endpoints. So application could be any could be mobile application, web application, anything. We'll try to identify the weakness of the application. Okay. So basically penetration testing needs to be done so to protect from external attacker. So because if penetration testing has not been conducted in any of the application, definitely there is a chance of any external attacker can do harm to the application, could lead to the business loss in the application also. And also to protect from the data breaches. Any idea data breaches? So you might avoid aware about data breaches. So if you want to talk, if you want to ask any questions, you can unmute and ask. No issues. Feel free, and also you can put a message also. Yeah, one of the person data theft. Yeah, that's a good good thought. Yeah. So basically, you are stealing the data. Assume that one of the maybe recently, maybe 2-3 years back, you know Ola app, right? You know Ola app and Uber also, Uber app. So one of the in Uber app, actually one of the major vulnerability found recently from 3 years back, I believe, 2 or 3 years back. So one of the person in India, he identified one weakness in the application. Basically, you can travel anywhere in the world. So using Uber app, so no need to pay any single rupee or any single dollar. So that's what vulnerability he identified in the application. Means the moment you can book the any cab, or you can book any taxi or whatever. So once you book, at the end of the trip, he was knowing the trick what needs to be done. At the end, he used to do some changes, and finally he used to submit. So the app was not at all prompting for the payment. Immediately it shows the message like your payment is successful. So without paying any rupees, any dollar, the app immediately shows it is payment is successful. So this is one of the recently he identified vulnerability. He got close to $10,000 from Uber owner also. So there are many sites are there. You all can also do bounty programs, and you all can learn over there. Maybe at the end of session, or maybe after this session, I can share share those links. You can also do some R&D. So you can also try to find any vulnerability in any of the application. You will get paid through for the identification of vulnerability. So because now may basically right, why penetration testing to before going to live, before going any of the application to the production, you have to conduct penetration testing. Otherwise, so definitely there will be huge loss. If any data loss is happened, definitely it is a loss to the company. Or assume that one of the bank got lost, data loss. So entire card system, card number, account number, PIN, everything will be known to the external attacker. It is a huge loss to the bank itself. That is why protecting data is very much important. So that's where penetration testing is very much important for nowadays. Okay. So any questions here? Feel free to ask. So I'll move on to the next slide. So no questions. Okay. Yeah. So basically here to understand penetration testing methodology. So for conducting a penetration testing, in which and all areas you need to perform. So basically, the moment you need to start penetration testing, these are the important areas: discovery stages, assessment or analysis, exploitation, and reporting. And during the discovery stages, basically you should understand the architecture of the application. Could be like, at least you should know deployment architecture of the application, which and all system is involved, like application server, middleware, or database server, or could be any API server or any other file server. So you should understand the entire deployment architecture in the discovery stage. And also you should understand like which are the systems are exposed over to the internet. I think you all know intranet and internet. Intranet is basically only within the LAN. Within the LAN, only those users are able to access the application. So internet meant it is exposed to the open world. So anybody can access to that application. So you need to understand before conducting the application penetration testing in the architecture, which and all systems, could be application server or could be any API server, those are all exposed to the internet. So you need to track all those. It means basically you need to understand those systems, and also what technology they're using, what versions they're using, and also what which database they're using. So what kind of data they're storing? Is there any sensitive data, or is there any pin like password or those part, even account number? So all those information, everything should be analyzed over in the discovery stage. And also you should understand the scenarios, client side versus server side. Client side, what and all scenarios are involved, and server side, what validations or what actions are performed. Basically at a high level, at least you should know the systems. So you should understand during the discovery stage. Then only it will be easier to start performing, to start exploiting the penetration testing. Okay. So once everything, all the informations are gathered, analyzed with respect to the application, then you will start gathering about the analysis. For those information, you will analyze static analysis. But if you have a source code, you will analyze the source code, what kind of logic they written, so how the validation has been done. If you are a developer, and if you know to do source code review, you can do it. Actually, in the penetration testing, there are two kind of testers. One is only with respect to application penetration testing. They will not be doing source code review, and few testers will be belong to the source code review. So those are all will be having the background with the development background. At least they'll have 8 to 10+ years of experience of, could be Java technology or .NET technology, depending on their applications technology. Is they should have their own knowledge. So then only they'll be able to do a source code review, static analysis, source code. And other part is regular tester is nothing but basically they will identify the flaws. Flaws means application weakness. So using intercept tools. Okay. So during the assessment, one is, as I said, static analysis, local analysis. So how the data is stored, whether all the data is stored like plain text or some password or something sensitive information, whether it is encrypted or not, or it is encoded, or it is using any hashing technology. So those part we are analyzing all those in the local analysis. And also inter-processes communication, like between our server to server, maybe from the application server to middle tier, again from the middle tier to database. So all those information communication, basically from client side to till database, and from the database again back to the client. So how the communication is going to happen. So maybe one example I would say is like, suppose if you're trying to book railway tickets, you will log in. So upon login, so you'll try to find the trains, and then you'll pick the train, and then you'll book for a payment. So all those steps you will be performing at the front end. But at the back end, as a penetration tester, you need to understand in which and all servers it touches. Like, so once you log in, definitely it touches to the database server. In the database, it verifies whether the entered credentials are valid or not, correct or not. So likewise, in that deeper level, you need to understand. That's what inter-process communication. And then traffic. Basically, traffic in the sense like, so it is from the only one country or different countries, or what kind of traffic. Like some applications, maybe DOS attack could be happen, and also what kind of users will be accessed, or any only public users are more, or any local internet users will be accessed. Likewise, so with respect to application traffic, you should understand. So what kind of traffic is going to happen in the application. Reverse engineering, any idea reverse engineering? Any idea? Have you heard reverse engineering? Yes. Okay. 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 Yeah. So some of the I got the response. They heard about reverse engineering. Yeah. Basically, reverse engineering nothing but assume that you have a mobile app. Could be from the Play Store. Play Store, maybe you'll try to download for Amazon. Assume that Amazon app. So you will download Amazon app, and you can start shopping whatever you required. Okay. So you will not be knowing what source code they written. So once you download, you will be able to see only screens. and there is no code behind, means in the behind the screen what is there, you will not be knowing, right? So to know what exactly is happening behind the screen, so that's what reverse engineering means. From the mobile app, you will try to do a reverse engineering, so that you will try to generate a source code. So basically hard functionality. So if you once you are able to generate a source code, you are win. It means that entire system in the source code, what and all validation is happening for payment, login, where and all there is a like a login from the external internet. It is connected. Is there? No, those information you can study thoroughly, and you easily you can try to attack. Then it is definitely that application will get fully compromised. So you will have fully controlled. So that is what is going to happen. If means basically what I'm trying to say is the app should be developed in such a way which should not allow to reverse engineering. Nowadays, plenty of tools are available in the market. Any mobile app, you can try to do a reverse engineering. It generates a source code. So this is what. So basically, in the assessment, you will try to evaluate whether in the provided app or application, whether you are able to do a reverse engineering. That's what we will assessment here. So this is also one of the weakness in the application. If application is able to do a reverse engineering, okay. And then once these two stages, this is very much important. These two stages, because the more you understand thoroughly, then only you will be able to exploit any of the application. Otherwise it is very difficult, or maybe at a high level you will do some exploitation and finally you will say no vulnerability is found in the application, it is good to go. That's wrong. So that's why, so discovery stage and assessment analysis stage is very much important. The more you understand, more you do homework and gather, and you need to prepare a scenario, like you have to prepare a scenario means in which areas there is a weakness. So could be payment flow, could be login flow, or password change, like as I'm saying example, or reverse engineering. So you have to list out. So once you list everything, and then you can attack. Similar like war and all, any war you need, before doing a war, you will have a lot of homework, right? So and also you will have a lot of this one guns or whatever you will have ready, right? Similar like the tools, what and all tools is needed, what means you should know the target. Suppose if you want to do injection, you should have maybe SQL map or any perp tool, any tools to inject. So likewise, everything should be prepared in the assessment analysis, and then you can start one by one attack on the during the exploitation. Exploitation in the sense, basically you will try to exploit. Assume that maybe I would say this mobile app payment, there is a weak, there is a vulnerability in the payment flow. So if I put 100 rupees, system is taking 10 rupees. So that is a vulnerability. Means from the customer account, it is deducting only 10 rupees. It is lost to business owner, right? Right. So likewise, vulnerability you will explain in this way, but you will try to exploit in what scenario, and this application is behaving like this. Even though if I put 100 rupees, but system is deducting only 10 rupees. So that's what we are trying to exploit, or could be without paying any single penny of rupees, you will able to do a payment successfully. There are many scenarios are there. So exploitation means you will try to attempt, and you will exploit the vulnerabilities. And one example is privilege escalation. Any idea of privilege escalation? No. If you know anybody, please you can answer also. Privilege escalation.
Sir, as a normal user, I'm trying to get the admin access and trying to do some activities.
Good, very good, actually. Yeah. Anybody other? Any other?
Inside authentications also.
Okay. Okay. Mudha, actually you told is right. And what is the problem? So normal user, if you get admin rights, so what is the problem? It is good that you told so normal user will gain admin rights. So What could be the problem? What harms to the application? Any idea?
Authentication level should be multiple.
Sorry, it's not audible properly. Can you please repeat? Authentication level you said.
Authentication levels are multi-level authentications, such that very clear to that which one is going and which one is coming for transactions or whatever it may be.
Okay, you're saying multi-level application like right? So you mean to say apart from login username and password, so even OTP should be prompted like that you were saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
That is yeah, that's correct. So you mainly multi-level application. So layer you are building for login. So how about privilege escalation? Assume that even though, so if you make multi-layer application login protection, if you got admin access, so what they can do in a general?
Then we have some system faults.
Okay. Yeah. So similar like that. Basically, so you can create whatever you required new admin user, and then you can log off from that. So that you will have own admin user. So you can log in, and anytime you can log in. You can study the application, entire application, and what is going on, what and all important data. So as an attacker, so which data is very much important to the organization, so which data can be stealed, and where is, so likewise will be usually any external attacker, once they gain access to the application, immediately they won't report to the organization, or they won't ask any like any amount to disclose this vulnerability. So they will study thoroughly. So they might they might create their own screen or whatever they want. Everything they'll do it, and finally one day all data has been. They will take a backup and everything they will have, and fine day they will send out or they will communicate to the organization. So if you pay this many dollars, then only I can give. So likewise they used to do. So this is what exploitation is nothing but as you all said, you know, right? So as a normal user, if I try to log in, so I'll be getting admin privilege, admin rights, means where admin means admin can create a number of users, delete users or modify users, or any privileges, roles and privileges can be modified those. So if normal user gained admin rights, definitely it is a big flaw into the application. So basically, so during the exploitation testing, so we'll be performing manually attacking to the application. And final stage is reporting. So reporting, you will be what and all you identified the vulnerabilities. There is something but a weakness in the application. They will prepare a detailed report and you can share to the organization. That's what. So basically, these.
Sir, how that can be done whenever I am a normal user? How that can be changed my as a administrator? How that can be done?
Yeah, basically what will happen once you logged in, so behind the screen they might be creating could be one ID, user ID, or could be some session. Based on the session ID, the application will be validated. Assume that user 1 has a normal user, okay? User 2 is an admin user. For the user 1, in the code behind there will be some ID. Assume that for normal user 1, 2, 3. For admin 4, 5, 6. So what you can do once you log in as a normal user, so attacker can intercept that request. Okay, so intercept that request instead of 1, 2, 3 in the behind what it is going to the server, you can rename to 4, 5, 6. This is the admin ID. Okay, so automatically system will allow as admin login. So you all the privilege for the admin it will be displayed into the application. That is how you can exploit in the application.
So how this execute can happen, sir?
Oh, execution, right? You meant to say?
how this actually happened, but the actually logic behind that, the person who is logging with the normal user and become an administrator login.
Yeah, behind the code, once you log in with a username and password, right? So behind the code, usually one ID will be passing on to the application server, indicating this user is belonging to the normal user. Okay. Means once you logged in, assume that once you logged in, you might be in the home page, right? Okay. So you might be in the home page or maybe any of the screen, assuming that. So in each and every screen, any action if you perform, so the code behind there is some.
Actually, it can only happen if our services, if our application is being compromised with the external attacker only. Only that the external attacker can get the IDs of the whether it's a normal user or it's a admin user.
Okay, external. No. Usually, for external attacker, they will be not known.
Actually,
yeah, please.
My question is, if you would like to talk about the system point of view, if you are, if I am basically a normal user, if I am not having if I am not changing the system properties over there for myself, from normal user to administrator user, so how do I access that one? If you are talking about the database point of view, if I am working like a normal user, so I do not have that sort of privileges to change the properties of mine. So I need to have that sort of privileges. So until and unless I am just having that sort of privileges, to how do I change my behavior for the database point of view? And so same way, if I would like to go for
it's a good.
At the same way, if I would like to go for a website, until and unless I'm getting the privileges for the administrator privileges, so how do I change the code over there that is lying inside the server, and though I'm working from the client machine?
Okay.
Is there any other way that I can change my properties over there from the client machine to change my properties in the server side, so that I can access that sort of facilities over here, either website point of view or system point of view or any database point of view?
Yeah, it's a good question. So how you can change a code, not code. So what you can do, assume that you are a normal user. Okay. So you logged in into the system, means application. So once you logged in, and you will be landed into the home page. Okay. So whenever if you perform any action in the application, so there is a request goes to the server, right? So request goes to the server. In the request, you have to analyze, means. So before reaching to the server, usually any attacker, means if you are ethical attacker or any security penetration testing, they using the burp tool or there are many tools are there. So you can intercept that request, means. So assume that in the home page, if you perform any action, it goes a request to the server. So before reaching to the server, you can intercept in the client system only. No need to go to the server only. Maybe if you are logged in the application, assume that in your laptop, so you can install burp tool in the laptop itself. Assuming that in the application, so you perform some action in the home page, so the request goes right before reaching to the server. Burp tool will capture that request. Okay, in the request you can analyze what the data is going in the request header. So what data is there in the request body? So it means that basically it is HTTP request only. Okay, in the HTTP request you will know what data is passing in the header and what data in passing in the body. Okay, so usually as a role, means access control implementation, the application server side, they'll be passing one user role. It's a normal or admin. So usually they'll mention normal. Okay, so normal means whatever you logged in for those user privilege, for those screens will be displayed in the application. So what you can do, so anyway you have a tool, you can intercept that request. Instead of it is normal, you modify to admin in the request itself only. So you modify that admin and submit. Means the request will go to the server. Immediately, server what thinks the logged in application is, oh, this role is belong to admin. He will server will think in that way. Means basically you're fooling to the server. So once that request has been received from the server side, it respond as a admin only. So as an admin means for a admin, which and all screens should be displayed, those screens will be visible for a normal user. So is it clear? Any question here? Yeah, feel free to ask if you didn't understood or any questions.
Actually, I'm telling that I need to have that sort of administrative privileges over there to change my properties over there, as because I'm working right now as a normal user. So changing my properties, I need to first have my administrative privileges.
No, not needed. No administrator rights and nothing is there required. That is what. So you need interceptor tool, perp suit or echo mirrors. There are plenty of tools are there. So standard tools is perp suit. So that is open source only. You can install in your system. So once you installed from the browser, maybe you can type Google also. You can type google.com before reaching to the Google server. In the perp, it captures the request actually. So you can analyze what is going in the request. Okay, so in the request header, what information is going? Request header and request HTTP request header and HTTP request body. So those you can analyze. It is nothing but code behind. Means what I would try to say from the screen behind, what and all information is going to the server over the HTTP request. So you can modify whatever you can do. So definitely the server will assume that it is a admin user. It belongs to admin user. I should show the screen with respect to the admin. So likewise, it's not necessary admin rights, because nowadays you have seen plenty of data breaches is happening. Nobody will have admin rights. Right? Admin rights with respect to system, means system admin rights will be there, but not to the server, application server. Okay, so they will have plenty of interceptor tools. They will play around. Okay, that is how. So you can perform privilege escalation. So any question here?
So my question is related to the concept behind actually how the external attacker being accessed, taking an access and converting a normal user to the admin user.
Yeah.
What actually the concept behind that?
Yeah. So as I said, is assume that maybe what I can say is I'll consider Uber app only. Okay, Uber app will have two kind of user. One is normal customer. Customers you can book cab and you can travel. And one more is admin user. Admin user means they will have configurations and they will have user ad, waiving of discounts. Those will have the admin rights. Okay. So once you log into the Uber app, so definitely definitely in each screen, in the behind the screen, so some ID will be going to the application server. This user belongs to normal user, or this user is belong to admin. So usually the ID, how it will be there, right? So you can easily understand. Any layman can see value normal. They'll role is equal to normal. So likewise, they will be passing from the code behind. They have developed a.
Sir, I understand what you are saying, but my question is how the external attacker get those IDs without if my application is not being compromised with anyone.
Burp suit, right? Have you heard burp suit? Any interceptor tool, interceptor tool. Actually, what it does, right? In any interceptor tool, burp suit is a tool. So in your system also you can install. So any action if you perform from the application Uber app only. Suppose if you log into the Uber app, you will give username and password. So before reaching to the Uber server, burp suit will capture that request. That beauty is available in the burp suit. That is nothing but an interceptor tool. So you can change in the screen behind, means in the screen you will give only username and password, but in the screen behind you will not be knowing what else information is passing on to the server. Okay, those information you can analyze using burp tool, and you as an external attacker, they will study that. They will study what request is going.
What are you saying? But actually, you are saying if all these things are very easy to install, like in the case whatever you are trying to say, and asking you to install in that, like I remember what actually things where you want to install.
Yes, it is easy to install and it is available in the for download. It is a open source. Pursuit is it is one of the famous tool. It is open source, so you can install and you can study quickly also. So any once you install the Pursuit, you can try to access any of the application. The Perp tool will capture. You can study what information is going behind the screen. So you can play around and you can fool to the application, sir. Okay, that is how they will exploit. Okay.
Okay.
It's good that you ask questions. Yeah.
Sir, what would happen whenever we are basically entering to the system from an unknown IP address?
Okay.
Though I have the user ID and password, but that IP address is not being known to that particular server. So can I get entered over there and do some modifications for any user to become a normal user to an administrator? Can I do that without having such knowledge of the IP address?
No, actually, so there are network scan. There are plenty of tools are there, but you need to very careful based on the government company. Okay, so here in India, if you scan network scan, right? If you intercept those requests, if any of the department comes to know, it is highly punishable. You may lead to jail also. Okay, that's what over the internet you cannot scan or you cannot intercept. That is illegal actually. So that is one thing. And in the organization, within the organization, by taking a permission for the organization, and you can scan network only within the LAN, means within the organization. Okay, so there are tools are there. One is Fiddler. So like many tools are there. What you can do is
Packet tracer is one of the tools. Packet tracer is one of the tools, and that we can.
Yeah. Correct. So you can analyze what data, what packets
even
are.
Wireshark.
Yes. So within the LAN you can do it, but very careful, and because some of the tools, if you perform in the internet, so if nowadays all with proof they're able to catch. So that is why. So my request is everyone. So if you install any security tools, especially with the internet, without permission, don't do any scanning. Okay, within your LAN or within locally, you can do it. Okay, network scan, you should be very careful. Application scan, you will selecting one application. That's not a problem. But basically, you need to take permission from the application owner. Okay.
No, sir, I'm just talking about that. I would like to enter over there from an unknown IP address. Should I get entered over there as because that particular server is not having such knowledge for my IP address? So I should not be get entered as because I have a lot of restrictions over there. Gate will not be allowed to enter me over there as because that IP address is not known to him. So for that particular purpose, what will happen? I will not be having such knowledge or the gateway, whatever the IP address I am using, is not having such knowledge. He cannot be giving you that sort of permissions to enter over there into that system.
Okay.
So I will not be able to get entered, and I cannot be changing anything else regarding myself as a system. I'm just working as a normal user to become a regular administrator.
No. Usually, any application, it will not. Hello. Yeah. So usually any application, so it will not be blocked. So if the application is exposed over the internet, so definitely from the any IP address, it will be allowed. So only certain scenario, like you might heard DOS attack, distributed DOS attack. Okay. So denial of service. The DO is nothing but denial of service. So from one of the particular IP address, if they are continuously hitting to the server, then so from the server side, they might blacklist that IP address. Means so you'll be blocked. Any request from that particular IP, they'll block. So they'll make it a blacklist. Only if there is a DOS attack. Otherwise, they won't do blocking, especially from this IP address. You should block. It's not like that. Any externally accessed application, yes, you will be having access to the application. Some application like login will be there. Assume that maybe any bank application. So only authorized bank customers or bank employees. They can log in into the application. Other people, they cannot log in. That is all. But otherwise, usually it will not be blocked from the IP address. So, so what? So is that? So did you got the answer, any?
Whatever actually you were telling for entering to the system over there inside the bank application, actually I need the VPN connection over there. So actually they are having such knowledge for my IP address so that I can enter over there. Otherwise, I only having that sort of facility, what sort of facility I have for a transaction purpose or viewing purpose as a normal user. So I cannot get enter for their VPN.
Okay. You mean to say to enter into the application network? You meant to say, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah. So it's good question. There are two kind of application, right? So one, if the application accessed only within the intranet, then definitely VPN is needed. So from the external, if you want to access to the, suppose if you're working for, I think other people can mute, please. So if you're not talking. Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
Yeah. So to answer your question, like there are two kinds and two kind of attack. Like if the application is hosted for only intranet, so then there's definitely yes, VPN is needed. Without VPN, you cannot access the application. Okay. Some other application like publicly accessible application like Citibank.com, SBIOnline.com. Those are all publicly available. Only you should have login, right? Means if you're authorized user, authorized customer, you will be having username and password. You can log in to the application. You can perform whatever actions you will be doing. But as an attacker, so only host name itself is enough. No need to have IP address. No need to know IP address. So online SBI.com. Once if once host name got the information, definitely for him it is very easy to know what is the IP address, what is the public IP address, and he can try to connect to the enter into the IP or the IP address. Like maybe assume that one of the port, usually for the application 8080, some other maybe 4000 or some port numbers are open. They made a mistake. They have not closed that particular port. So if that port is open, definitely user as an attacker, he will enter into that network. So he'll be knowing the entire system. So likewise, they will try to target to the application. If it is intranet,
honeypots may be the example of this.
Sorry, I didn't get.
Honeypots may be the example of this.
Honeypots. What is it?
Honeypot.
Honeypot, right? Honeypot, you meant to say?
Yes, sir, yes.
Oh, honeypot is different. Honeypot, basically, you are fooling to the attacker. Like yes, what I can say, you are welcoming to the attacker. So one example is assume that any application, so in the code behind, means in the screen behind, there is a technology and all will be different. And there, like what I would say, could be technology or could be IP address you can't mask. So maybe some technology, those information will be available. If attacker trying to connect to that server, so in the firewall, you have to build, you have to program smartly in the firewall. So if any attacker means if you need to analyze the request. Yeah, it is not a user request. It is something attacker request. This kind of request will move on to the honeypot. Honeypot in the sense a separate area. There all maybe not actual application server, not actual database server, entirely mock. Okay, so once you get into that.
Once we found that the attacker attacks our network by using the honeypot, we can isolate and monitor it. After that, we block that particular attacker with with the help of that information that we have collected with the help of honeypots.
Yeah, that is also possible. In the IP address also usually assume that, as I told, one example is DOS attack, right? So if continuously, if you are getting a request, so few people will make a blacklist. Okay, instead of block-in, they'll move trap in the sense honeypot. Okay, so it will pass on to the honeypot. There nothing can be gained as for an attacker. So he'll be trapped actually. So whatever he can perform, everything for him it shows successful, but he'll be trapped. So the honeypot is different actually. Okay. Yeah, good that you heard about honeypot. Where you got this information? Okay. Yeah. So any questions in this methodology? Shall I move on to the next screen? Next slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, in the penetration testing, there are three types: black box, white box, gray box. So many people.
Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, please. Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sunil.
Are you audible? Yeah.
Yeah, Sunil, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, in the penetration testing, there are three types of penetration testing: black box, white box, gray box. So I think few people might have the testing, right? Black box testing, white box testing, gray box testing. Similarly, like this for penetration testing also. In the black box testing, so assume that as a tester, he doesn't know anything about the application. Okay, will not be knowing any information what's going on inside the application. So that is called a black box. Means any new application or maybe as an attacker, he doesn't know, doesn't have any domain knowledge or any what application it does. So he will do a penetration testing without knowing what happening inside the application. That's called a black box testing. So white box testing is nothing but, so you know entire system, you know what technology, you know what. Hello. I think some disturbance is there. Can you please mute if. Hello, can you mute? Can you all mute, please? If you're not
I'm
talking.
just checking who is unmuted, sir. I think somebody is unmuted and somebody couldn't. Gagan, sir, are you there? Can you please mute, sir?
Madam, Dr. Aparna K. Madam. She's
Gagan, yes.
muted.
Okay. Okay, now it's on. Yeah. So I was saying about white box. Yeah. So white box testing is nothing but the tester knows about the system. Means he knows the application knowledge. So what's going on inside the application? So what source code they written, what technology they are using, what type of database, which database they are using. Everything the knowledge will be available with the tester. Means penetration tester. Then they will try to exploit on the application. That's something but white box testing. So as I said, black boxes usually the tester will not have any knowledge. So as an external attacker, he will try to perform penetration testing. That is one. White box means you know everything. So what is the domain, what is the functionality, on what technology, everything you know. So with that knowledge, you will be performing a penetration testing. Gray box is nothing but you know few, means half. So few information you know, maybe could be technology or could be database information or some information you know. So with that knowledge, you will be performing a penetration testing. So these are the different types of penetration testing. Black box entirely nothing, no information, no knows about for the tester. He will be performing. He will be conducting a penetration testing. White box, he knows entire system and then he'll be conducting. Gray box means you'll be knowing little bit, some information you know. Based on that, you are performing the penetration testing. This is what three types of penetration testing. So I'll go in detail. So as I said, the black box penetration testing. So I told testing application without the knowledge of the application. Okay. So basically, so without the knowledge of the application means that person does not have access to the application. Means inside the application could be source code or the technology, those part nothing. So assume that one of the tester, means one of the penetration tester will be allocated for this application to conduct a penetration testing. So he'll be performing without any knowledge. So in that case, what he or she can do? So they have to do, they have to gather the information. So they know target. Target is nothing but one bank application, citibank.com. I do not have access. I do not know what is going on. I'll try to gather. So Citibank means gather information about the, like I'll try to change the password. For changing the password, definitely it will be asked some 16-digit code or some secret questions, something it will ask. So through that they will try to. So assume that maybe in one of the change password or forgotten password, it might be asking date of birth, some application. So usually some familiar fame person, assume that film actors or anybody. So you'll be knowing date of birth, right? So so easily you can enter. Easily you can crack the password. So likewise, the attacker will be performing. That's what black box system means. Inside the system, nothing. They do not have login, anything. So they'll try to crack login. Okay. So means gather information for the target and try to exploit. So what advantage in the black box testing? So basically, one advantage is tester need not to be know about the system. No need to give a KT to that person. No need to explain about what is domain. No need to say any explanation about the application. He will do as a blindly. He will perform the penetration testing. That's the advantage. And verifies contradiction in the actual system. Any contradiction is there, so he will be verifies in the actual system. And conduct the test in the perspective of user, not designer. Assume that developer is testing the application. So what they will do, they know what they have written in the source code. So based on that knowledge, they will be performing a testing. So here in the black box testing, he does not know anything. He won't conduct as a designer or as a developer. So he'll be conducting user perspective. Any like normal user. So likewise, he'll be performing. Okay. Moving on to the white box testing. So yeah, black box user tester will not know anything. In case of white box, everything will be done. It is nothing but comprehensive testing. Comprehensive testing means everything, end-to-end testing. Basically, I would say the tester will be knowing entire system. You know what logic has been written in the screen behind. Everything he knows the knowledge. So considering those knowledge, he'll be performing a penetration testing. So while conducting a penetration testing, he'll gather that information, systems, source code, operating system, platform details, IP address, etc. All the information he will be available in his hand, and then he'll be conducting a penetration testing. So advantages over penetration testing is, so basically you are ensuring all independent path. So as a black box tester, he doesn't know anything. So as an external attacker, he performed. That is good. One advantage is so few flaws will be identified. But when it comes to white box, it is advantages. He will be verified entire system. All the URL, all the screens will be navigated, verified. Is there any flaws? Means any weakness in the applications? That is the advantage in the white box. So all logical decisions, any validations, or could be any payment, any endpoints, all those areas will be verified in the white box system. And also there is a possibility identification of all the design issues. If there is any design issues exist in the application, that also it is possible to identify through white box penetration test. Okay, so now I think you know what is the difference between black box and white box, right? Black box is basically without any knowledge you are conducting. White box, you have entire knowledge you are conducting. That's the difference. Last one is when it comes to gray box testing. So the gray box testing is nothing but the tester will have limited knowledge. So limited, maybe any bank application. If you see bank application, definitely they will have some information. I know fund transfer. I know check balance. Balance. What is the balance amount? I know add PE. Some information usually it will be known based on that. Means code behind, what I would say is technology, source code, database. Those part will not be knowing. So this is a gray area. Those is gray area. So with that knowledge, here penetration tester will be conducting. So it can be considered as an external attacker also. So not fully external attack. So it can be considered as an external attacker, because so some of the information is gray area. He doesn't know those information. That is why we'll call it as even can be considered as an external attacker. So advantages is basically no need to required access of source code, no need to give access of source code and source code information, no need of providing the internal information about the program, what logic you have written, so what technologies you use. Those and all information is not needed. So what and all information he has, he knows. Based on that information means basically limited knowledge. With a limited knowledge, he'll be performing a penetration testing to exploit the application. Okay. Yeah. So any questions? Yeah. Actually, mainly we covered is what is penetration testing. You all know, and why. What is the importance of penetration testing? I would like to say, and then types of testing, methodology and types of testings. So now feel free to ask. I can traverse. I can go back to any of the slide if required. So feel free to ask any questions. Okay. So you have.
I have one question, that what is the what is the key difference between error handling of a program and testing of a program? What is the key difference between error handling of a program and testing of a program?
Testing of the program, right? You mean to say? Second part.
Error handling of a program and testing of a program.
Okay, basically error handling is nothing but see. So I would like to say is any exception like database exceptions or any exception, instead of displaying actual message, assume that maybe what I could try to say is one of the table it got error, like means unable to insert data into that particular table or in that particular column. So usually what database error throws in this particular table name or in this particular column name, it is unable to insert data because data type mismatches. So instead of displaying actual that message into the UI, so what will happen? So UI means in the UI, if that information disclosed, assume that if I am an attacker, oh, this is a table name, oh, this is a column name they are using, I'll come to know. Or could be some data technology also. In case of Oracle, it displays Ora something. If it is SQL, MS SQL. So I'll come to the technology, I'll come to know the table, I'll come to know the column name. So this should be avoided. Error handling means, so instead of displaying actual error message, so what they will do, they will have some separate table or separate for this error what the information should be displayed. Like one common message is there is some problem in the application, please contact administrator. This is with respect to the testing of the error message. This is what they will show. So in the log, they will write what was the actual error. They will write in the log. That is how they used to be, because to avoid sensitive information to be displayed over the application. So got it? Any question?
Sunil, there are a few questions in the chat box. If we can answer that, it will be great.
Let me see. Okay. Okay. So one of the person they are asking, can we tell that gray is a combination of black and white box testing? Yes, correct. Because it is true. Because black box means some of the areas doesn't know information. That's a gray area for the tester. And in the white box, some information he knows. That's correct. So could be, you can say, a combination of not fully, because black box and white box combination, like maybe some of the information doesn't know, some information know. So you can, that's correct. And second question is, how can I protect my data during and after testing? So basically, usually in any application, if they develop, they will try to protect their application. But as a pen tester, you will try to exploit. developer will say I'm protected entire system, nobody can exploit. But as a pen tester, you will try to exploit, means you try to breach the data. That's it. But we can't say 100% we can protect. There are many best practices available with respect to technology for Java or could be .NET. So if they follow best practices, definitely they can protect the application. So almost 95 to 99%. But you all know, right, nowadays new method are identifying the loopholes and trying to breaches, trying to theft the data. That's happening. But so as a using best practices based on that OSP best practices you can use and you can protect the application. So next question is, which type of pen test is quite commonly used in industry? Yes, this is a good question. White box is combination of black and gray. Yeah. So this is a good question. The question I'll repeat: which type of pen test is quite commonly used in industry? So assume that if it is a bank application. So for a bank application, they won't give external testing. They will prefer white box penetration testing because many logics will be there inside the application. White box tester penetration tester is the right person to conduct because they'll be binded like that agreement. They won't disclose any confidential information to the external world. Okay, so that's right. They will prefer white box testing. Okay, two cases like Facebook or maybe like Ola app, Uber app. It is widely available. Any user can use those kind of application. What they will do, it will be even now also it is available in the bounty programs. You check in the Google bounty programs. Okay, Bugcrowd or HackerOne.com. So I'll put a message here: HackerOne.com or Bugcrowd.com. So like Facebook, like even Google, many applications are available here. Anybody can register, freely registered. Then there's no charge for it. You can register. You can try to find any issues in the application. You will get paid. That is how it is there. So so to question is yeah. So basically, depending on the application usage, they will prefer white box or black box penetration testing. Okay. So next, Pankaj Kumar, different type of software. Yeah, there are many softwares are available like Perp tool, IBM tool. Many softwares are available in the Google itself. You can download and you can install. Many security tools are open source only. You can install. The next question is, what skills I need to have to become pen tester? Yeah, this is also a good question. So basically, you should be. There are two kinds: is network pen tester and like application tester. Okay, network means you should know network knowledge. So at least hardware, software, like servers, client server, LAN, WAN, MAN, all those information you should know. So that is a network pen tester. Application pen tester means at least some scripting knowledge is good, and also you should know like TCP IP layer, right? 7 layers are there. That information is good enough if you know network layer, those information and communication. How the communication will happen between client and server, what and all servers will touch. So if you know those information is good, you can become a pen tester. And also basically here analytical skills is very much important because so any if you're trying to do some R&D, so based on the response, server response, so you will come to know, yeah, this is a loophole or I can try in this way. Based on the answer itself, you will getting some other options to attack. So if you have this knowledge, definitely you can become a pen tester. So last question, one more question is there. Is there any certification required? Yeah, but you can also learn on a self on your own also, and also certificate like CEH. I'll put here CEH. Okay, certified ethical hacker. So you can it is widely available in the Google. You can go you can have certification. So then you will be become a penetration testing. Okay, so nothing. Yeah. So that's all. So what are the CH in the CH in the hacker school or many certificates are there. So you can do it like investigation, forensic investigation. So many are there. Depending on those, maybe what you can do, EC Council. You can check in the EC Council. So you will get plenty of certification. So based on that interest and subject, you can plan it. So yeah, that's all. So it was a good discussion. Some of the people asked good questions over the chat, and some of the questions asked over the voice. It's a good. So basically, yeah. So I hope everyone got some information. There is a definitely takeaway. So go through this, and within these slides, if you get any questions or anything, feel free to contact us, Delight, and we will get back to you if you have anything.
Thank you so much. I hope participants.
Sunil sir, I think we have come to the close of day one session. Sunil sir, I thank you very much for a very detailed discussion on penetration testing. I think it was very informative. I hope all the participants would also agree with me in that way. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you. All the best for you all. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
And participants, dear participants, I thank all of you for for your patient listening. We have come to the close of the day one sessions. We will meet again tomorrow by 2 p.m. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you, sir. Sridhar sir. Thank you for.
We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.